Royal day, royal afternoon, royal night, whatever it is in your perspective areas. This Cosmic Mind UV, sacred space with Buddha E. He got a special presentation for you. He got some great stuff for you. We gonna get straight to it, or however he want to present it. I appreciate y'all. Please share. Please subscribe. He's gonna get into a lot of some deep topics, man. So let's go. What you got, E? Hold on, let me try to turn this beat on.
Respect. Peace, peace, peace. Peace to the ancestors. Give thanks to Cosmic Mind, my brother. Give thanks to you for helping us get these interactions, outer actions out so that we, as ourselves, know why we even going through what we're going through. Um, I give thanks to those who paved the way, shown the way from Ptah, from Ra, even Re, R-E, the Re energy. Uh, we are now showing ourselves as Ra member. We we know that there's certain things that goes as far even as this. This is from Guatemala. Has the bird at the top, got the actual natural being up here as well. And then you got the moon and the stars, which we know three of them represent like the sun. So um, our language was always built in a way that Mama taught us this language, and it was prominent to us. And the reason why we say it's prominent to us because it became our religion. Man learned his religion through his woman, and if he doesn't have that in front of him, he has to go out in nature as the religion that he's really in tune with. And why do I say that? Is because you're seeing the characteristics of us play out more now. Our topic today is a strong topic because it's based on a 90% scale, and even in 90, the 10% isn't a bad thing. It's the idea that this 10%, of course, is the influence to at least one out of the 90 to change that idea. And here I am as the three and the eight make it 11. We make a difference from left hand, knowing the right hand, and the right hand now working with the left hand. Um, the topic of today is rough sex, which is really rough sex. Uh, how do you like it? You know what I'm saying? Some of us don't know what rough sex is about. And when we speak about rough is could be a way of being dogmatic, to a point where you look at these as principles for one another. Um, and it might have been from your lifestyle. Your mother and your father said, to you, you're not a man if you're not being able to provide and give shelter and food, clothing is a part of that as the shelter. So we definitely have what a society don't know and a society that does know against us. And how do this bridge into the rough and the rough sex? Well, the rough is how you can dog your woman out as much as a woman can dog the man out. It goes both ways. That's like the street. It has both ways, yet you're not going both ways. You see what I'm saying? You're crossing the street. And when you cross that street, you're gonna find the left and the right because you're from a up and a down energy. You're from an in and a out energy. So when you're learning vortex or realms that's open, this starts to show us what type of vortex are we really into. You might find out it's a smoke and mirror game. And what I mean by that is all that finance that man had, and he ain't got that. It's tied up into that and into that and into that. So it's like he has resources, yes. But now you're looking at finance, it might be a little different if you're looking at how finance can make resources. So people haven't really gotten to this stronger name or stronger term that came out, and I'm gonna give it out there. It's Pious, pious laywoman, Lawwoman. There's also the man. However, you can realize if I just said the man is for food, clothing, and shelter, this is what pushed him out already into the world. We supposed to be a family. And because we're not a family, there's certain things that bridge that from not having a family. So basically not bridge it. They basically separated or destroyed the bridge and created a dam. And so the word that we're looking at is madam. Now, some of us call the word madam because we knew it as a whole word. Then this strong superior feeling of this word got demoralized. So now it's to the word ma and down. And of course, you can turn that around and you can say damn ma. And when we came up with these things or terminologies, it also played like a noun, a person, place, or thing to have a thing to this, what we call uh, Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. It's a spirit. That spirit could be anything. Spirit could be this grass I'm walking on, to the leaf that I just stepped on, to the ant that's on the ground, to the ants that's all in the tree, to the tree itself, to the tree that don't know that tree because I don't know that tree. So I'm gonna call that tree a thing as well because that thing and that thing, these are all things. So when I desecrate it, I can actually put a damnation on it. And so there's a way that our language, from even what we know from our chakras, 7 chakras, you are learning your 7 frequencies of your body. We call it the law of synchronicity. So when you are actually into your Shakti or your drama or your trauma, there's things that's going to remind you to say, hey, ground yourself, put your feet back on the ground, right? But when it was your mother, she said, I'm gonna ground you because you are acting up. That's why you end up on the ground. This is the earthling. We're all learning this right now is a lunar moon cycle. So if we're not really into how you're going to have a self-existing, you got to learn what's your lowest side. What are you the bottom of? So in reference, the pious laywoman, uh, I just found this terminology out yesterday, even though it was a feeling and what is it and how is it bridged in a lot of our families. How do you deal with it? How do most men or most women learn that this is an existence? So we're going to give us ourselves right now, those who are up here, the knowledge of it. See, that picture that you see is a Bilquis. Bilquis is one who you can say she has royalty, right? Because in herself, we know her as Sheba. And think of the word. If you put the original with Ba, it's called Oba, right? Oba. And so this is like putting war into each other from a left and a right because they can see both sides. And I could fuel these sides, if either side, because it's just like me taking off the mask and realizing if I cut my ear to have somebody like Shango, would it be because I want to keep this energy with me, or I'm just creating destruction because he don't need to be here. He don't want to be here. Then I cut my ear off just for that. When I might be tricked myself, giving it from what we call a legba. This Bilquis is a connection to a lot of our feminine energy who wants royalty and are royal. If you look at American Gods, it gave you a great analogy of where I'm going at with this pious woman. Um, she was a royalty, and when you think of royal, what do you have to do? You know what I'm saying? Most people find out when they're so royal or regal, they don't have to take care of the children. They don't have to do the family intermediate part because they're doing the outside, collective world part, the nature, the political. Like as I'm standing now on the grass, um, how do you break down the groundation so we have foundation? Because you do have to, you know, swivel this grass, till the grass, get it to nurture, right? This sister Bilquis in American Gods is not on a nurture tip. She's more like a seductive tip. And when you find out the pious of a lay woman, and it's not no distance to all women either, because I know it would sound like we're attacking, and we don't want to go there. We love our mothers enough that this is why we got to bring this information to her, so that our future and our present won't have this as a repeat. That's the St. Peter concept. This is the Katerina, which is Catalina or Catherine. They'll come up with this tactic to have you in a royal feeling. Yet royal is not always about you laying there and have leisure time all the time. It's actually about you doing those political stance. This is the Aset, right? Aset that was with they call her um, Sekhmet, or you can give it to her as Nekabus or Nekbet, that is right next to her, giving off the I gotta do the fight. I gotta do the, you the political, you can sit down, you can be all seductive, that kind of energy. I'm gonna be out there getting it done, cutting heads off. So this is like the Kali, which we call it the Kali Ma energy. And you can see that in reference of Bilquis, she is the Sheba. You can see the word she is S with a he, so it's a she and a ba meaning body. So as Sheba, the reference of her, they're showing her in a Masonic abracadabra way. You're not seeing her high point, but you're seeing her point that they see as highest for her. So they give it to us in a pious uh, lay woman mentality. And as she sees herself, this is when she sees her higher self through all the torment that comes along with it. And we call it torture, yet it's our own spells we kind of replay on ourselves. We're so godly that we come out of it to go back in it. And now this is how we're going in it to see how we got out of it. You have to be at your highest point to know what your lowest point is about. So, like I said, with Lunar or lunatic, the moon, we could think and go crazy over certain things like a wolf howling at it. But this is also because it's the Scorpio energy in reference. So this Scorpio is more like I'm a queen or a king concept. So, or a queen can be a king concept. So masculine into the feminine and feminine into the masculine. When we lay in the bed, we have a covenant with you. And a lot of us don't realize that. So when we lay down and there's that connection from the woman into the man or the man to the woman, we might switch. And it's not all the time, yet it's a little bit of each. So when it comes down to even this, the omen, Saint Catherine, uh, is that name that they put out there to give us a familiarization of the old omen. And this was 1976, but you got heard from the Catholic side of the mystic to the mythic, made it a mythic from a mystic. Why did I have this lady into existence? Because this lady had an existence, and now I got to show you why we have damnation over our women. Now, I'm not saying we have to express damnation over our women. What I'm saying is someone helped put this in our minds to have a creation so that we can create it. And now that's the mastermind. The mastermind is seeing where they're putting it at. You see, the date is March 25th. So between this time, they came out with the 666, and we know it as our melanin. They call it the beast, mark of the beast. And when I say him or they, or they are the opposite, I'm only speaking on the oppressor who wants to see this as the justification of not to go to her. At the same time, they're justifying their woman that they created. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, if I would look at these type of things and I was one of their women, I'd be mad at them for putting this out. Yet they even accept it. So there's a lot of in the churches when we come down to religion, woman is the religion. Man is not, because he's learning what religion is. So it's become religious. So we're constantly tying our shoe, untying our shoe, putting it in a sandal, or coming up with other ideas. Yet it's based off the craft of the woman. That's why they call her charm. Then it became from charm to bewitched. There's a thin line between motivation and manipulation. So if we look at how sex magic is, this was created in that form where you get WandaVision. And WandaVision has the same idea, which we got just like how you see the dance and the idea of what is it in flowetry. This is the Jezebel. Remember Clarence X, they those who watched it, there's a point in there where the woman said she's having sex with the woman. So she was explaining the feminine learning herself. And at the same time, in reference, we'll say, oh no, that's not what it was. Well, they damn your sex so that you wouldn't be intimate to yourself. And in a way that you now got what it said, bull dykes and the stronger feminine in the form, like in Zinga or Cleopatra version that we know went to Nefertari as Hep 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 Shit. She is the one with the beard. Well, when we get Jezebel, Jezebel is what, as like our strongest women to the weakest woman, they claim this in all of them, so that once that's there and implemented, this was the Black Widow creating, you know, death to her mate. So just like Bilquis, she took her man out immediately after or while in intimacy. Jezebel is a created Oshun in a different aspect, and you could look at it as Mary or Mary Magdala, uh, or what they had up in there. I think her name was Martha instead. But there's three women. They always give you the three women aspect when it's really four. We have four women of the winds. The four women of the winds give us the fire back on the earth, which is the air, which is the rain and the earth. The rain, once the fire comes in, the rain has to participate because it's called what? Precipitation. So when you look at the word even for prostitution, this was prostitute. That's where the lay woman, as she came in to be in a room, is like you can see seduction in the room. So just like with Kalima, man could fall too easy to lust and greed and jealousy. And so now that this woman in the room, I don't like him because he's looking at her. You know what I'm saying? And now I want to fight him because I want her to myself. And we'll do that even behind closed doors. Uh, it makes the worst out of us. We don't know how to deal with our brothers and our sisters, because these basically are our sisters of their highest being. They might not even be aware of it. They're just learning their channels as they're turning. You know what I'm saying? And you happen to see all the shapes. When you get this picture here, you know that we're in this state now. Where this is where the dragon now becomes the snake. Confirmation. And when you think of that, that's just like the eagle grabbing the snake off the ground. This is the phoenix, as you heard the bird in the background. those are the levels to I'm seeing it now versus how I didn't know it. It's the dragon. So we're dragging ourselves in a different form, whether it's dragging on the ground or dragon as in the actual symbolic energy, a serpentine energy. Like you could be dragging on the ground because that's what the snake is that don't have any arms or any legs. You see what I'm saying? And because we're channeling in that form, we also do that form to people. When I was looking at Marlon, uh, he was comedian brother, Keenan, he was actually talking about his mother having, intimacy, and it won't intimacy. He said, how y'all do it, how y'all have sex or whatnot. She was like, no, he said, you ever got hit from the back? She's like, hit from the back? What are you talking? And so he was like, had to tell her, like doggy style. And she's like, well, ain't nobody gonna dog me out like that. If anything, you gonna see me, you gonna have me in your face. You gonna love, I'm gonna show you what, the whole time you gonna, and he was expressing, of course, I'm paraphrasing now. It's just that she wanted to see his face while it was intimate versus, you know, your back taken away and you can't even see what's going on. All he doing is grabbing hips and probably like forcing and thrusting it hard on you. So it's like a whole idea that when you think of these people and how from Bill Quiz to Jezebel to any of those who gave you a superstar aspect and say they were intimate, were they really intimate or were they just having sex? And this is where you get the dog. The dog is a guardian, just like in Damien, his guardian is a dog. This is the second omen. The first omen is that she basically gave up her intimate energy. And it's just like saying virginity. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us in Virginia is 90% in Virginia as Tesinoco territory, but yet it's from the indigenous side to it where Pocahontas has been raped by John Smith. These stories like Atlantis, is it? Or Atlas. That's the story about this one Jennifer Lopez who's with a robot, and his name is Smith. I'm learning as we watching movies like Matrix, you're gonna have a Smith in there, but is he the one that you went with? You know what I'm saying? And this your life now with him, and they throwing in everything. It's only because it's a new Jack ID. There's a new Jack ID identification to how they want you thinking robotic because you created Robota, which is Roberta, and she's really like hardcore with commandment response. There a lot of us expecting not to feel that way. Like, can you talk to me? You know what I'm saying? Versus, can you yell at me? Or can we have a conversation where we're involving each other, or you don't want to involve me, you just want me to listen. Okay, all right, I see what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? This is the doormat from the backside to the front. Why would we doing the doggy style? Even me, I love doggy style. However, I love the other side too. And it feels like because she's sitting on me or I'm sitting on her, either way, when we're my face is towards her, I can see that she's more into my eyes and I'm in her face. I'm looking at her mouth. When we're on the back, we're like, I can do as rough as I want, or I gotta be mindful. Those things have even some of us be a rough rider and then realize you hit it, but you tore it up hitting it. You actually, you know, basically borderline rape. And this is where we're having a lot of issues at, as far as women to men and men to women. We don't know what rape is anymore. That we're now raping each other in the bedroom, and you're calling it rough sex. No, that's not good. That's not good if you're calling it rough sex and that's what you like. You got in a Western way of the approach. Yes, you can be passionate. That's not saying rough. See, the rough that some of us ain't paying attention to, you got that dominatrix where you put the rope around the neck and you're choking them and you're basically choking them as you're doing it, or you're smacking them in the face, or you like smacking me in the face while I'm doing it. And I'm like, what the heck? Wait, what you doing? This don't feel the same. You know what I'm saying? I know you like stimulated. You smack the hips. I get that. This is what we call tapotment, and we do it in massage. I'm not saying that you have to do massage to get to this part. I'm saying you could implement those techniques into that. That's why that was there. It wasn't because it was like a torture smack. No, it was waking your senses up smack. Know how you're passionate with your hits versus I'm gonna smack you like it hurts, like destructive. Like what? Hey, what? Hey! You almost knocked my teeth out. What you doing? I'm saying, like, do you like this or you don't? Because if you don't, I get out. You know what I mean? We have gotten so bordered to the opposition that you think about the Olmecs, they're in a cave, right? Um, well, not the Olmecs, the people were in the caves where non-people were in caves. When they brought people into caves, they gave them cave mentality. So as coming out, we've been encaved by this mentality. So when these as the same other people that's around oppressing us, and we feel the hunchback of our energy to how we stand up straight, is only because there's some distortment in our body that was programmed back in the day to where it was like a doctor, Dr. Sue, which is Dr. Zeus. Dr. Sue is Zeus. You got a zoo of people being created through other people on a incest level because of that royalty that they want to have, just like Bill Quist. So the name of Makeda to I got to change the name up to Cleopatra. A lot of us don't know the name of Cleopatra being a K versus a C. A lot of us don't know the lot of the queen being a K, not a Q. A lot of us don't know. So when we put that resonating energy on someone as an omen, because that's what the word omen is like I'm putting a seal on you and you don't know. That's an oath. You got a promise, a vow, a vowel, a curse, a swear. You know what I'm saying? These are the things people use to call it an oath. So now to put something on you is like a curse, that's an omen. That's a seal that ain't coming. And then my brethren on TikTok, he was like, yo, bro, the word omen is when you break it down, he was saying from my brother Bell 14, Vidal 14, which he still even gave reference to Bobby Hemmett. He's like, yo, they was cursing each other with that word, but yet it's in reference to the word melanin, melas, melanin. That woman in the dark standing in a picture posed as a shadow of omen lets you know that there was a Nemo happening here. This is Nemo is the Caesar. The 12 months in our seasons, the 12 months in our so-called seasons of change is 4 seasons of change. When it's 3 out of 4, it was really 3, then it ended up being 4 because someone was here and we got to adapt to their cold climate energy. That's your 7, your invisible 7. Every time your shadow on the ground, you're seeing the difference from that groundhog so-called concept, the fiscal year to really the year of how you've been in the 6th month changing versus the first month changing. This is you at the bottom right now, and you seeing your shadow. This is why they wanted you to look the other way. I got to get you to look at Jezebel so you want to become her. I'm going to give her blonde hair. I'm going to have her blonde eyebrows. I'm going to give her everything. I'm going to give her blue eyes, and you're going to want to be her. So now we got an image. I'm age. So when you're into this roughness, this woman comes out, and she getting you the roughest of the roughest. She like it tied up. She like 7 men at the same time. She doing all kind of stuff. I'm saying, what the heck is this? You know what I'm saying? So we call this baptismo. This is you wanting to actually go into your albino concept. This is the lepus. There's a woman that passed away at 37, I think. That was just recent. And she put the lighten up, brighten up skin makeup so she could become just like this one. There's the Beyonce's that y'all seeing. They're creating that Oshun in front of you. So you have to be mindful. Are you becoming one of these charlatans that they express to say, hey, ain't nothing wrong with her? Yeah, she's just let her be her. Is that really her though? That's what I'm saying. Is that really her? Or she's being someone else to be herself? If you got to be someone else to be yourself, then you're really not yourself. Get more into your nature. Get back into the ground and put your feet on the ground. Don't be changing your hair up that don't look like this is your hair? If that's not your natural of your hair, how are you not feeling unnatural from putting it in so much? Not even generations. This is the omen. See, the 666, if you look at it, was put on this woman. Same, I think her name was Margie or something like that. It's close to Mary. She's going through, like, she's doing the best she can, as positive as she can, but she's still like into wearing the black and willing to go into the church and do everything on a cathedral level. She's a nun, a becoming nun. And then there's this one extra one that's out of nowhere. She pops out, and this is who the Jezebel is. She ends up popping up and saying, "Hey," she took her nun outfit off and put her seductive suit on, and she was like, "Yo, I'm about to go out." She was like, "What? I didn't even know you. I thought you was." She was like, "Yeah, but every now and then, got to do my thing." So she was like, "Oh, okay." She's like, "One day you can do it." She was like, So eventually she did. So she got her out, but the way she got her out, she put her full blown in a dress where her cleavage is shown, like fully out. Like, ain't no way you're gonna not want to look down at her. And what we knew from the science of our people, when you knew how to get our brothers to look at you from your eyebrows even to your eyes, it's not to say you had to covet yourself. It's just that this might be where you want to see them and limited them from seeing anything else. So this is why the head, wrapping to the head dressing to all of these things became a part of this, because you are so much of an essence that if you're showing it to everybody, you're showing it to everybody. And that's how they felt. So this is how he felt, whoever that was at the club when she got there. She got there only to set her up. She got her in there. She had a friend. She had a friend that had a friend. And he came over there. He got the curly hair. I said, "Oh, they're trying to make him a melanated person because he got the curly hair." We know our hair is not straight. Some hair end up being wavy. Now, when it's curly, though, it's an explanation to this head. So I'm seeing the generational movement of how they're calling it a curse only through themselves, though, to say, "Oh, this woman messed me up only because I didn't know." Well, this character gets in there after she's fully drunk. This is why you got to know about the story of Sekhmet. Sekhmet was drinking, and in the idea of Sekhmet, let's just go back down because that don't even sound right either. Sekhmet, from many lineages, has been explained as the Sphinx, or what you call it, the Bilquis. We know as the Black Panther. That's why you're seeing the Woman King had to come out in order to see the Black Panther now as a feminine energy, because that's where they were going. They had to come here because the time is moving into that time frame with Kalima. So they got to make everything as dark or
Let's make this delicious
mist
vegan
to
no bake
even
Swiss
mystic,
roll. Now,
to
when I was a
where,
kid, I was a little
if I
Debbie
have the bull
maniac.
dagger
I ate
out,
everything: the brownies, the honey
the
buns,
the
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 nutty
the
bars, the star
mint
crunches, the fudge
pull
rounds. But I
out.
think my favorite was the Swiss roll. And the best part about it was they were only a quarter a piece, so you can go to the store with $1 and come back with 4 different cakes. Good
But yet
times.
it was
Let's
more of
focus.
how to
Add our
get that
ingredients into a food processor. I'll
um
list them in the description, and process until you get a smooth, manageable dough. You can do this with a
to
bowl and a spoon
what
too.
you call
Transfer to parchment paper, cover with parchment paper, and
like
try to roll
when
it
you
out
think
to a
of
rectangular
Black
shape about a
Panther,
fourth of
the
an inch thick. Add as
severed
much
verse,
frosting as you like, making sure to
they
spread
gave
it
you
out
AI
evenly. Then
and
you're gonna
ball.
roll it up as best
Then
you can into a log carefully. Cut the ends
they
off so
gave
you
us
can get the Swiss roll look. Then melt
Maya.
some dark chocolate and pour it over the top and make sure everything is evenly covered. Pop it in the
They gave
freezer
you
for 30 minutes to let everything set. It should come out looking something like
they gave you the
this.
Maya.
Slice into it and oh my god, look how good this looks. Lil Debbie who? Stop playing.
They gave you the Mayas that played a part
Straightening
of
your hair kills the
why we
electromagnetic
need to see that
information that
culture
you're.
involved, because this is where we're seeing our mongoloid race being added as we get from Masir Dukatir. He break that down. Even Alim, Dr. Alim El Bey, he also breaks it down too. uh there's levels to it where you see even in Avatar, the generation that they come in, blue generation, green generation, from land to water and water to land. This conversation is happening right now to the what they call the sirens. This woman who basically sings. You want to play that part, bro? she sings and she creates the harmony, the serene. So they call her a serene. So that's why you hear the ambulance trucks coming out. But just like with Bobby Hemmett, he was speaking on um how you have the omen, the melanin, just like the hair. That's how it's the 666. They're creating a storyline based through Bilquis, Shiva, aka Cleopatra connection, to this whole alignment of where they want to come through. Cat, holy. That's a cat. That's a feline. So feminine is the nine, feminine. So when we think of from 6 etheric to 9 etheric, that's 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the hair. The hair goes into one point, to then it's another. As you see, my brother Leela Africa, he gives you a lot on melanin and how that breaks down. There's
Can I play that real quick, bro? Can I play
brother.
that real quick?
Straightening your hair kills the electromagnetic information that your body receives. Your hair is an antenna and communicates directly to your brain. And when you decrease its ability to pick up magnetism, electricity, you're decreasing the vitality of your system. Hair is used to digest food. It's in your stomach and small and large intestines. It's in your ear. When you hear a sound, it's a thing in your ear called a cochlea that has water in it, and the water shakes when you hear a sound, and the shaking of the water shakes the hair and turns the sound into a chemical. Then you have hair in your eyes, which we call rods and cones, and that's how you see color in black and white. And the retina stimulates this rods and cones, and that's how you see by the hair. That's how you see, that's how you digest, that's how things work with hair. So you really don't want to do anything to your hair. When you're losing hair and your hair is brittle and all that stuff, you're losing hair everywhere. It's a big problem there. So what I'm talking about is people are thinking that you think that when you see me, that you see me, but you don't see me. The impulse strikes your retina and turns seeing into a liquid, and the liquid floats through your blood to your brain. So seeing is a liquid. Hearing is a liquid. We're not looking at this liquid thing, which we call the mother principle, amniotic fluid and all that kind of stuff. So we're not looking at, we're taught that you're just seeing me, but that's a liquid that's telling you that you're seeing me, that floats in your blood to your brain. You hear with water. You see with water. You were born in water. So it's very important that you understand that spiritual concept that comes out of our African philosophy.
That's even from the Kemetic knowledge to even here on the Olmec knowing. We have the philo and the Sophia. That's your phenotype, your genotype mixture. So when you amalgamate, is it for your nation building? If it's not, then you're really discriminating on your own self on how your genes are supposed to go further. That's why the incest was not something that of royalty was practicing. That was regal and royal. Now it's just wanting to be royal when it ain't got no real regal concept. Even though now they're calling it regal and nothing regal about it at all. Now they just got regal being loyal. And so a lot of people are loyally to people. So that's why you got the lobbyists and how the loyalist people start to take the top, and now the bottom is the majority while the minority is at the top. You know what I'm saying? There's this implication of how now, like I was saying with the word rough, it's become a rough part of partnership, a rough type of commitment, a rough type of business, a rough type of entertainment. You're looking at everything now is being rough draft. You see what I'm saying? So this rough is not just how you got sex. The rough is how you see the X. When you're in the X, you're in the X chromosome. When you're in the Y, you're in the Y pyramid. See, what we did not add in is both sides as this one side shown. So that makes it third not known. We're gonna always have this three invisible contract man putting stuff in as the woman or as the man. So what we talking about, the pious layman or the pious woman, that was bridged on one who did not know how to do any, had no skills, one who's not required to have any skills on anything. That means I don't have to know how to cook, I don't know how to sew clothing, I don't have to, function in the house, I don't have to be the one functioning for the house. That's a pious layman woman. And she could have sex all day. She could be, you know, what they can create as a prostitute woman. This is why even the word prostitute is in people's mind, but they don't know it's close to prostitute. You're saying words that gives you familiarity. When there's this yoke put over your body, like if we knew about the real almond, right? The almond versus omen, this almond is a shape like our heads. So they made Physica Pisces a part of this out of the woman's womb, because that's what they were showing in omen. They showed a hand coming out, but that's actually telling you the yod, Y-O-D, of their people, not ours, of their people, how they look at demon energy. They're like demonstrating their energy all the time. So it makes it why, as I'm reading this book, the New Jack ID is showing us Jacob and how Jacob come out of his ladder. That's the same example of coming out of the womb, coming out of the, what is the scorpion but Scorpio energy in the womb. So now coming out of it is a hand. That's like a scorpion. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it? Hand does this, it look like a scorpion. You know, they got that like thing. Thing is in Adam family. They see, you might thought of masculine because it's a hand, yet it's masculine because it's a thought. You see what I'm saying? And there's a lot of the feminine and the masculine destruction happening right in front of us, and we're not being mindful of that. And you're having the intimacy. Are you having a switch up where the hands are hurting you at a point where you don't know? You can't say, it ain't hurting me, or you should say, but you choose not to. You know what I'm saying? And then there's the not loving yourself. Like, how do you get to someone who's not loving themselves? And that's where it becomes, like I just saw right there. There's I can't love my generation and nation of myself because I got hurt by that or someone in that particular. This is how you look at the Black Panther, where my brother is killed. You want me to deal with the present, but my brother is killed. I got to keep going. I got to keep going on figuring out how to have my brother come back. And they're like, whoa, you talking about a past that can't even come back to. You know what I'm saying? And this is where this fake Baal is created to be a real Baal. What we call it, the mullah. There's the dominating in the, not only the gender, right? Like how you're seeing right there. There's the dominating in the younger and older, and that's why religion, to be honest, became the death of a lot of our people. And if we don't get into that as a conversation, we're still replaying the 90% that the 10% should be already having a conversation to influence, and not say it's just manipulate. This is what should motivate you every day to figure out, what the heck, I'm not having my son or my daughter repeat this Peter. Repeat is Peter. The word repeat and Peter, same word. So when we're learning St. Peter, is it masculine approach so that feminine gets knocked down? Even men, right, got a feminine to themselves. So when you're in that bedroom, right, and you doing all your rough sex on him, he's like, oh, wait a minute, I done turned feminine. And he don't know it, or he does, you know what I'm saying? And then he'll have to be like, okay, let me switch up. Let me switch on the cycle, right? Like I was saying right now, I'm gonna read this in a second. In the cycle, or I'm gonna end up being the one always being written on, right? Wait, I'm in the middle of it, so I can't even move that part. Well, I guess you can read it for me, brother. What's that giving us right there, brother? Well, I know y'all can read it. Y'all see it. I got some of it right here. But you see in the cycle and how that love cycle can be toxic if you're having the omen, as they said, with the child coming out. This movie of Omen, right, is an old movie, but it was something that they wanted to capitalize on. This new one that just came out is ironic. They had A Recent Omen. I think that was the second one or something. That came out on April. No, it came out on June 6th, 2006. So they gave you the 666 concept, and then you get, you know, Trump, who was already in there, and then you got who they call him a 66 because he came in 6 a.m. And in the movie, they wanted to basically switch baby roles. When you're having a baby, that's what's so deep about that in a toxic cycle. When you're having a baby, and that baby they're aware of, they can switch your baby in that room, because you know you down and out, or they can get rid of you. Either way, you with the religion side, so they don't consider you as a being anymore. You're a thing. You're a person, place, a thing. You know, or should I say, Father, the Holy Spirit, no, Father, Son, and you just the Holy Spirit, because we just had the Son come out of you. This is what they were showing us, that this in this movie, because it was shown from a woman's point of view, so she can actually get the view out. It's usually when you hear from a man's point of view, you're like, all right, well, it seemed all right. Well, she was actually showing you this ain't all right. This is what they were showing you, how they were creating out of us. So she showed you. That's how, like, you know, in the 1975, there was this feminine movement. It got changed to feminist movement. So then there was no, you know, going back to what you need to know about. Because first you know it. Now that I educated you, what do you do with it? You know what I'm saying? In this, they showed her uh, creating an antichrist through the religion, and they were doing it on purpose. They took this child constantly. They've been taking children and harvesting the child so that they can give it to the royal family and let that child grow up with the royal. That's why I said it's about loyal now. It's not even about regal or royal anymore. It's those names now that's been so lowered down as even the word Lord, Esquire. You know what I'm saying? This is where the Moors concept come from, Esquire. You use Esquire, now you got law, lawyer. You know what I mean? So that the words became a part of the ritual. And now everybody's into the ritual. Everybody's a part of the. I can't say when you blew out the candle that you just raped yourself. You just blew out your own lights. You know what I'm saying? So now it's like I ain't a part of that. However, this is your rough analogy of how I'm gonna give it to you. There is this mathematical concept that's been put in to the movies that we watched, and then it came out what, April 4th, I believe, the 9 on the 8. So 9 on the 8. That's why this right here, 7, 8, 9. The spirit of 7 is the serpentine energy going up. The two snakes. This is what I meant by the Aset, and they call it Nekbet on the other end. There's a movie called Shazam 2. They're showing you the brother, I think he's Gabriel, I think that's who he was, but he ended up having the staff in his hand, and it was broken already. And so it took two women to get the staff, bring it to him, and he had to merge. Well, she talked to him in the ear, so that's to let you know Gemini. It was his left ear too at the same time. So I'm like analyzing this whole thing. I just watched this last night. Like, dang, I gotta watch this some more. He put the staff together and it lit up at the top, which you were just showing. Show that picture again, bro. Well, while he's booting it up, it lit up at the top. And what I didn't notice the first time watching the movie, when they show stuff like that, it was showing me that it was the Kundalini, it was the crystals. It had crystals sitting at the top. Crystals. Your head, Christus. Christos. So you're gonna always have that energy of crystal, and thought, solid is the head, liquidate, and then you gas it out. So that symbol of the staff is really your spine, right? And the way the curve of the left and right is not just, as my brother Q, who he had brought this one to me. He said, when you think about the Ankh is nothing but the staff. And I said, what? And then I had to think about it, because the way we show it is in a oval circle, like the almond, right? And then it has the left and the right, and it has the up and the down. But when the up and the down goes all the way up, it's really your brain. That's where the brain is at. The brain, the corpus, it got the whole connection. So now you're saying I'm opening up all of that energy. We call it Kundalini energy. This is why it was important to breathe with each other first before I even touch you. And before I even touch you, let me do some meridian see, because you go from your first, the second to the third. The Americanized versions that they give us so much of is through sex and through food. That's why we have issues, because we haven't cleansed to even eat or drink first to even go into that. I said they had to get the woman fully drunk, and then this character end up raping her. So it's a lot about here in this picture here, how you seeing it. First chakra, second chakra. When you get to that third chakra, that's your solar energy. So now it's not so low, it's solar. It's the raw energy, the soul with the raw energy. Look at it, break it down, left and right it. That's what Seaman, Freeman, L brings to our table. Um, a lot of other brothers that give us the influence. Oh, Taraj Bey, he gives you the idea. Tariq, give thanks. Tariq Bey, he gives the idea that when you left and right it, you gotta up and down it, in and out it. You know what I'm saying? Look at it from the center point of view. Look at it from different perspectives, and now you can see where is it coming from. That bridge of you giving energy to her, you gotta cleanse your stomach out first. You know what I'm saying? Don't give her toxic. If you drinking, all you doing is creating. Now I know you mad about calling him the white man, but he really ain't white. He's albino, and the real reason why he came through is because we've been albinoing our women. We give her the weakest gene of ourselves, and you're claiming her to be wrong when you giving her some stuff. Now I ain't saying she fully 100% either, because she could be just as toxic. You know what I'm saying? This is why we have to know each other to say, if I'm going to be intimate with you, I'm not going to give you my toxicity, and please don't give me yours. See what I'm saying? And make that the covenant, the contract before intimacy. That way, when it's intimate, it's intense. It's going to be a continuum, because you're going to want that all the time. Yet, you got to now know how to limit yourself. Even the best cookies that you ever had, a person can go ham eating on cookies. You know, I say ham, be fruitful and multiply. Like they just murdering the cookies. Yet you end up having a stomach ache. You go through all of these things. This is why it's important to, nut. It's important to learn what is your climax, because when you hit your organs, you're having orgasm. So from nut, N-U-T, you might have called it nut. And that's where you hear even from Bobby Hemmett, why they even had this word as a familiar, because turn the word around, it's tun or tune. We come from a kin energy. Each body, a law of synchronicity, we have a different kin, not just the K-E-N, the K-I-N. That's why the key, K-I, is your chi energy, your breath, your holy breath. You breathe in a way that when you're intimate with that connection, you're making connectors. And now it can be a generator. It can be manifester, and all these other psychological mechanics that the body needs and craves for, that when they have another flowering, because that's what's happening when that's, show that spine again. When that when this right here moves is as a snake. That's why your vertebrate, your snake is in your back. So they say what you get: a belly ache, a headache, and a heartache. But it's based on your spine as well. So if you knew how to touch these as erectors, because they got erectors on those spines, which level of the cranial can you touch as you go up, all the way down to the tailbone? This is where they call the coccyx bone, where it sits in. And now that's how you find out there's a swivel in your body. You have to get in tune with this body, stretch it out. You know what I'm saying? Like put your hands on a bar and see, because your bones sit into your body after a while. Because you get out of the bed, you put your feet on the ground, you're putting gravity into you, because your weight, and you're gonna also be weight, and now you're gonna be impatient. Why? Because you're not stretching. You have to stretch, not just stress things. You have to stretch. Just like when you get in that bedroom, you're saying, oh, well, shoot, I don't need that. We can stretch in the bed. He going to stretch my leg out. Nah, 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 nah. You don't want to do it that way either. You want to go ahead and get this vertebrae open up a little more so you be ready for any kind. Because think about a car, right? A car going into another car, and you be like, oh, shoot, this is about to be a car accident. What's the first thing you're going to do? First thing you're going to do is freeze up. That's the jack. You're jacking yourself. You're that's the rape right there. When you freeze up, you're gonna go into cardiac because it's a car, right? Now you're part of the card. You're a cardiac arrest. So now you freeze, and your back will be the first thing that gets messed up out of all of that. Somewhere on the back, you know what I'm saying? Because of repercussion, the head bobbing, the body jolting back and forth. So whether the seatbelt on or the seatbelt is off, whether you project it out of the building or not, you know what I mean? There's a lot of that reality that we're facing even when we're having rough sex. So you might have just got off of work and I said, come on, let's get it. You're like, yeah, I want some. I was thinking about you all day. And you go right on in and you're like, I got a cramp. Oh, my neck. Oh, what you do to me? Now it's worse than when you started. But yet there was what we call, I know they changed it. The Swiss people come in, the Swedish people, the French people, they give it a name called foreplay. See, the four to play, but it's also that four winds of intimacy where you're creating a ability of openness. Because think about it, wearing this stuff right here, we call it clothes. Wearing this stuff right here, we call it clothes. You gotta take this off and be open. You're closed. But now this is ironic though. See what I'm wearing? The Haru, right? And I got the Ankh on. These are ways to preserve while you're not open. You see what I'm saying? That's why they call it a covenant. So when you take this off, you're like, oh, I'm giving you all of me. And they're like, oh, this is nature. And now, how do you act in nature? You're supposed to not act because it's natural. You're being natural in nature. So now, do the natural thing in nature is nurture nature, not destroy nature, not pillage nature, not pollute nature, not after I'm done with nature, I'm gone. I'm back to the AI level, this AI stuff. That's why I was saying it's important to learn that Roberta, a robot, you don't want us as men just being robots to you, and we don't want you as a robot. That is not good. And yes, we must learn intimacy on both ends, because feminism is in both of us, and we just don't know that as a whole. I might have to have a moment of a conversation to you about maybe my motherhood so that I can now feel secure about you. But if you stab me in the back because I gave it to you, then I can't give you nothing, because I see whatever I give you, you're going to cause this repercussion from it. This is a great picture right here. You see how the body works. The heart is not fully in the front, it's near the back, it's near where the bone is in your spine. So when you're connecting to it, you're really creating heat to your tailbone. So you're creating heat from your tailbone all the way on up to your head. That's why there's this air thing concept that goes to the Libra, that when it's, why is 6 scared of 7? 7 is your shadow, yet is also from 6 being your spiritual, learning your shadow. So when someone is in a spirit level, that's great. However, they got to get deeper. If they're saying they spiritual and they only got spirit, this is why this picture right here won't help them. They have to know that the energy that they put down in the bottom is the conception of their hell. Helen, right? Helen, just like helmet. You can put it right back on your head, your helmet. You know what I'm saying? Now you know what the hell you meant. So as you speak it, S with a peak it, go to the highest as the Geb. Go up there, but not go down like the mountain of Sinai and say, through my sinus or sin is us. You got to know how you're smelling the roses from the BS. That's what this is. This picture is giving you that analogy of how your sensors are helping you with your sense. You got feelings, as the brother spoke it. It's your hair on your body. That's your hierarchy. You are in the throne. You are through the one when you sit in a chair. So when you're sitting in someone's foundation, that's how you should feel, like you're in nature. You're in their openness versus their closed. They open the door to you. See, when we had the door on there, that was only made up. There was never needed a door. Now we got to put doors because of strangers. And because Doctor Strange is not the powerful one, it's actually WandaVision. That's how you find out it's not a man that got all this power, it's a woman that got all this power. However, man is manipulative to get that woman to think like this, then she can still keep this power, yet it's in a negative way. So they created Magneto as X-Men. And you look at who's next to her, I mean him, is Mystique. Mystique is put in this movie. She just put in, I just seen her in the latest movie where she had to make a decision on how life goes. But it's giving us the knowledge that it's not even here, it's on a different planet. So it's letting me know that if this is the woman that is still using like an assassin, because that's what I think it was called, The Last Stand. They used Mystique, and she was again seductive, getting on the men and having them think that she's with them, and then she out killing them. That's right, colonized therapy. We need that, because see, if you're not knowing that you're, and to see the important word is colonized. So that's from your hip bottom to your top. Flip a coin, heads or tail. They give you this all the time. So you're actually learning. Caesar had a wife, and we're seeing it. Yet Caesar is not the only Caesar. There's 12 of these Caesars, and then there's 7 of these wives that he couldn't keep. So he had to create a queen, a different queen. And out of these consorts, I'm gonna say, because they weren't even wives to them, they were like, this is the real reason why I'm in royalty. This is the real reason why I like, let's say, Muhammad Ali with Khalila Ali. Ali is the last name that helped him become who he is, yet didn't act on it, or should I say amend to it. The Ali is the connection. And because he had her at a young age, not knowing what he have, is a lot of us. We end up having a younger generation that will, gravitate toward not knowing what we really have, and we gotta be mindful of that. And it became a hardship on him because he used the word Muhammad, which concealed his side to not being a part of a nation, like we say, the nation of Muslims, yet not like the nation of Moors. So to have a different concept, to see that, we as men, we rough because we got a Marcus Garvey approach. Now to go just as deep as Marcus Garvey, there is the noble Drew Ali. So now we see there's still 2 sides to this coin that's being flipped to us. We want nationality, but we're seeing how people are just wanting nationality. So it's important to get to the expansion of what nationality is. Like this right here, a brother showing us how to get back into our stretching. How do you get your body to open up? The 5-pointed star was the reason why it became our law. It's a 5-pointed star in how to stretch. So it wasn't that I didn't know anything. It was about how my shapes were me. And so, like I said, with the Ali concept, you can see that there was a mystic side about it that they created also to make it a mystic side about it. You get Malcolm X, he was on that same journey that you saw him on the naturalness of ourselves, to where he had to elevate himself and go to another place to find Mecca, as from Chicago to another Mecca. So now that we see that some things aren't the same and some things are the same, that we do have to expand, and this is a part of that. Like if you look at a lot of the comedic stretches, this is what they call yoga stretches. The same thing as India. This is what yogi. See, when a lot of our people start to not like Christianity because of it having yoga in it, it was from the past. It was the newest yoga to them, when that's the oldest of Christianity. That was the first beginning. They had to cut that out. So they had to take the poly concept and make it monotheism. This is why we have even like how you see it now, that sister that was put in as this nun, she had dressed like this and had the hair like that. So you can see that they're wanting you to get away from your naturalness so you can be unnatural, so it'll be more easier. As the Sekhmet drinking the cup. Why was she drinking the cup? Why did Sekhmet had a cup? Why did she drink that drink? Well, she was in this legend that we hear of. She was fighting against. She was like the war queen. So at that point, she was fighting against whoever's against her, and as against her child, she was fighting more for. So this is why you see the benefit of her being in that strength. Now, what got depicted was giving her the drink so that she would calm down, because they said it was going on so much they didn't know how to stop her, so they had to get something to get her to calm down. So she drink that. And you can find this on a lot of stories, a lot of myths, but you'll end up finding that's still the narrative of it, to where they were able to tame her. Well, this is the same thing like the zebra, zebre, the zebra, zebre. They call it zebre because it's French. But it was called that because it was an untamed horse that they called that. So this is why names of like Madame from Madam was changed so that I can, derogatize it, and then now put my own magic on it, my own spelling, because you evidently don't know it. You speak a different language. So if you don't know my lingo, you don't know my language. This is why the lingo and the language got disturbed. This is why we hear rhetoric a lot. Logos and pathos, the connection to Latina, which is Latino language. This is why they end up saying that is Hispanic, from the hisp, the snake sound. So it's a serpentine energy that we're looking for. You see how he got his hands? A serpentine energy based on the pyramid. Now, if you notice how they all are connected, you see what I'm saying? That's your building block to the 4 and the 5. If you have 4 trade wins, your level of thinking, acting, approach, all that is now in this is more regal state. That's why a lot of us do have impartial attachments to our regular life, because we're wide. There's some of us that are widespreaded by thought. That's why the Marcus Garvey marriage did not work. They wanted to make it work. They only stayed for 6 months together, and it was over partnership in the beginning. And it was, now I want seniority, and this is what he had to deal with. And then Amy Garvey, like coming in to be, I'll be your midstream since she's not acting right. We have those type of connections happening because of what we have, the disqualifying toxic ability in our sexual activities in the bedroom, that it even can pour out. Some of us don't like being in the bedroom. Some of us like, hey, let's just do it anywhere. All right, so let's just look at it like this. You don't mind your child walking in when it happens? Okay, don't put me in that predicament then. You don't want to see the father come in the door if we over here, then don't put me in the predicament then. And I'm gonna do my best not to put myself in that. It's our realities now. We have to start waking up, or your mother. I don't want your mother seeing me doing it. Look, she here, I'm gonna wait till she gone. We had a way that we created boundaries that made it a more of, it's a purpose behind it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't take your woman and go to your grandma's house and have sex, because that's not in your mind to do stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? You have a place of value and validity that you do this at. Just like, how did they create it, the Scarlet or the Charlotte? This is a Russian thing. This is a Japanese thing. This is influenced by they say Geosha, Magi, and Theurgy. These are 3 magics that are either Magi, as I said, Magi, Geosha, and Theurgy. Now, all 3 of these come from your black, your white, and your gray. How does that work? It becomes a 6 when you add in all of this in the mix. You're making your 4 become 5. 5 is you're alive. You're finally able to sit into something. But now you're 6. You're spiritual. Now, what can I do with that? That's what I was talking about with the black being white and white being black. You can opposite the conversation. You can make now the dog the God, or God the dog. So if it is about calling you the female and you say, oh yeah, I'm a female, then you're creating the same vortex of why the hell is creating. You're saying it. Weather is also hell. So if your child comes into a point where they like hitting you and you're like, whoa, why is the child hitting me? Whoa, what was you having when you had them? Well, how was your intimacy? What, or was it ever intimate? You just probably only had sex. Might be an issue. This dog, as my brother bringing up now, is Ampu. Some people know him as Wajet. Oh no, Wapanet. Wapawet. Wapawet would be from this side, and Pooh would be from that side, which a lot of people call it Anubis or Anubis. So you think of Anu, right? And the bias being the ba meaning two. This side is like saying the jackal of set concept with Haru. And I'm wearing the Haru. Now, at one point, I used to have the dog written on the back of my head. That's the ironic thing. And even at the age of 6, being by the name of Damien was one who got to me. You know what I'm saying? And so I know about the realm and how we are under the underdog spell on a lot of the wolf tactics, the the Mason Dixon line of how masonry has been put as the Prince Hall effect on a lot of the mental. Your sororities, your Sigma Phi, your Boule, all of these are your reasons why the rough sex is there. You see the scale is the representation of the 7, the Libra. So whether the shadow was before just mainly the sunlight, 6 becoming 7, it's now shadow of 7 in the darkness. So you know what I'm saying? We have to come out of the darkness to see our light. And that's where your balance got to come into play. I mean, what's more of how to balance yourself? And there's that point of saying, just like looking at WandaVision, she gives you a vision of how she wanted to basically create her own reality. Now, if you look at WandaVision, that'd be a great way of you tapping into call it the German spell. So, walk inside, got to charge my phone. You got the German spell. The German spell would be the Volkswagen. The Volkswagen is in reverse. The letter is Volks and wagon is in reverse. What I mean by that is Wanda is vision, yet the Volkswagen in German represents the people's wagon. So what they do in there is they give you WandaVision, who's making a robotic version of vision, which is us as men, and she's creating her own baby through her own mind. Blow that out. I would love to blow that out. I can't even get no closer. Bro, what'd that tell? What'd that say up there? Can you read that for us, brother? DJ Rain.
I'm here. 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 It's basically the serpentine mind. A lot of the things you were saying about the mind and the serpent and things of that nature. I'm just bringing up things that kind of resonate with your your presentation.
Okay, so this right here would be another way of looking at it, just like how what vision, because star, which was the I think it's manifesting star, manifesting ring, I think manifesting crystal, I think that's what it was, but it was the Yellowstone. Um, that's what Vision had in his forehead and his pineal gland. So this is what they took off of him from Thanos and Avengers to create another creation. This woman, whose name is Wanda Vision, is red scarlet. Now, why red? That's a chakra. So you got red, you got yellow. What's missing? Orange, sacral. That's the secondary color between red and yellow. So how does this have an intermediate connection? Is throughout WandaVision the whole time she goes into black and white, which is gray and magenta, and bring in the color as a color TV. So the way we got dumbed down is we got numbed out by how we feel about color. how we feel about it's black and white, how we feel about not realizing it's gray and magenta, or it has to have pigmentation in order to see it, or how we got numbed out by technology on how um, our colorblind is the way the weaker gene had to learn. So this is the 666 learning the 999. You know what I'm saying? You're now connection to yourself from the black and white. So they had to give people television. They had to give influence to a lifestyle so they can show you this is how people are living. Your hair. You ever look at the hairs back in the day? They all had the lioness's hair. So they Prussian Renaissance Reconstruction, as my brother Aline Bay brings down. No, not Aline Bay. Asir breaks that down. If you look at any of his old clips, he got some major versions. Even now, the newer versions, he still speaks adequately about how we're from the Gerber jar you was looking at when you knew you was the Gerber uh, being. You just happen to have someone to take the name and then put they self because it's Gerber, but it's Berber. Take the G and make it a B. It's Berber. They're creating names in front of you. They call it the Mandela effect or Mandala effect, to where it's a switch up, and now I could reinvent it like the Bernstein. Because if you didn't see it from a German point of view, like I was saying with WandaVision, the W and the V, Volkswagen. So they were giving you Volkswagen's vision. Now, Volkswagen is the people, the folks, people. Now, this is a German terminology. So that's why I like, from the origin I come out of, I'm seeing a different perception so I can give it to our people and say, oh, look, this is what we're looking at. This is where I come from. So to say I come out of Germany, I'm not from Germany. I'm from my mother. I just happen to see the things that's characterized from Germany as that. The word more, is Meihr, Meyer, Oscar Meyer, Wiener. So when you see these names Myer, Meer, or Mr, Mister, it's a down derogative name now already from the word room, Room. You turn around, it's more. We found a way to, as a people, we found out how to hurt our own self. So that way we'll still stay hurting ourselves. That way you can get out of the way. You just watch me fight my shadow. And that's what's going on. We love the woman, but then you end up fighting your shadow because you're loving the woman. And you're not knowing that's the split of the two. They call it two ball and the cane. You're having a decision between your night and day man. You don't know if it's you. They got switched because the snakes wasn't um feminine, wasn't masculine, it was feminine in the first place. But we're thinking two men, and this is why we're having an issue. Two men represented your brain. Two men, like how they got menopause. We don't have menopause. There's a reason for that. This uh the menstruation. These are all these names that go into just like manifest. This is why the mandubla oblongata is another one. You're having a maxilla on your mouth, right? Your mandible for the other part. You have parts of the body that's explaining you have to have manners in order to excel through the vessel. So it's a process. It's how you are creating processional processes for it to actually have a flow, a rhythm, uh, a pulse, because it's not just vibration. That's why when we have rough sex with the feminine energy, she's gonna just look at it as like, are you just making this up or what? Like, you think this was pleasing me? Now I know where you're at. So now it's a program. It's already set. This is what my agenda is. After I'm done, I'm gonna go lay down. Or after I'm done, I'm gonna go leave. Or after I'm done, I'm gonna act like everything's back to regular. this is not what that is. That's why when women run into each other and they see the other woman who had somebody and they're like, well, what's going on with you? You're like, you just got you're just like, girl, that was a you're like, huh. And then you're like figuring out, well, how come she liked it and she didn't? Well, because the way we deliver it, you're a postman. You're not a, well, I can say you're a delivery man and a postman. Just that you're not a mailman. See, the thing is, they gave us the word mail and we ran with that. And some of us are just a mailman or a milkman. And, these names start to become lesser and lesser. Uh, Another way of looking at it, the five, what was it, the Power Rangers. They're showing a young character right in the beginning. They show him saying, I milked the bull." And he said, You milk the bull? You can't milk a bull because that's a cow. You can milk." And he's like, "Oh shoot! So that wasn't milk that came out of it." This is what is being perverted in front of us so fast, so vast, that there is the two-sided man that don't know his other side yet. He has to know his masculine and his feminine. And it's not to say for me to touch my masculine or my feminine, I'm gonna find that out. We don't have to do that. This is why we learn from the woman. She can do all that. This is why we didn't do touching yet until we found out what is touch. I might not know how to touch you. I might be heavy-handed. I might push you too hard. I might be grabbing you too hard. I might be, like I said, smacking. So these names, these terms, these words, that's why we gotta like, okay, what am I doing? This ain't a part of us. You being a part of the not us. So what's your solution? Find your tantras, find your breathing mechanisms, find your how you just put your hand up to her. And this right here, I had a sister hold me from the back. And I said, wait a minute, I ain't never felt that before. And why did I need that comfort? Because she was letting me know something about myself. And she was like, your mother probably never hugged you back here. And I was like, she's like, yeah, your mother didn't hug you back here. And I was like, wow. And then I felt at that point vulnerable. When a man is a superhero, he'd be like a superhero all day, every day. But then when he get around a woman, he'd be feeling vulnerable. But it'd be certain things that cause him to be that way. And that was one of them. And I was like, okay, you can let me go. But I had to get past that because she wasn't there to hurt me. That's why I was saying earlier about if we're saying things to you, it's not so that we can get damaged by you by what we said to you. It's not, I'm looking for a way to hurt you because I'm with you kind of thing. This is why there's a lot um, going on in today's time that makes us slower to that process of how we're supposed to be really getting to an intimate side with her and finding out what's the focal point that we have for ourselves, because it is a two become four-way process when it's into intimacy. Your dream could be my nightmare could be your dream, and I wouldn't know it. So it's until we have, okay, yellow, like vision, at what point is enough. And you see WandaVision, it was about a lot of spell, charming, bewitching, and there's episodes of it. So you can take a pick at what, how far you gotta go. But I think it's like up to 9. And they still give you birth. They kept going with birth. Maybe a rebirth, might be a new birth. But it wasn't from Vision, because Vision couldn't have intimacy. But they're showing you this is where man is being led to be a robot. He don't have to have a phallus, and now he's gonna have a life though. Even though the life is you can't have long hair, and that was a connection to us with our royalty. So you can see that there's a Peter Paul concept punishing of the Christ consciousness. This is better, like he's saying right now, showing that to ground yourself. If they had that in there, you know what I mean? And when I went to Doctor Strange, I found out that the witch that was in there, she was speaking to her and saying, yo, you're more powerful than Doctor Strange. And I was like, whoa. So when I watched that, he was like, the only most powerful woman witch on the earth is, the only most powerful person on the earth would be, and they said her. So and it's like a cameo. They'll go from one to the other and the other to the other. So it's basically you see people doing that in the movies. But the Avengers, that's why I liked it because it showed this type of sitting. Now they didn't do it for the like they did it. I would say at least about like 3 different times. Wanda, she did it. I would say Scarlet the Witch, she did it, and Doctor Strange, he did it. They all sat in this position to create this higher energy in themselves, and we call it meditation. If you're able to sit there, relax, become peaceful, uh, even restful, rejuvenated, now you can express your intimacy. And when you express it then, oh man, that's plutonic. That's non-toxic. And that's what I would say everyone should be craving for. They just don't know it. They just don't know it because they might have got wrapped up into Christianity so much that they don't do any fire breathing or pranayama breathing. So that when they say, oh, I'm ready to be intimate, oh, they call on I'm not gonna bring their names up, but they call on their whoever spirits and don't go nowhere. And it feels like rape because it is. Because we have a higher first, second, third chakra. And the average don't want to even talk about the word. But chakra is your Shakti, which is feminine for drama. So if it's your drama that's stopping you, it's because you're closed, you're not open. Your body has to be open and receptive to take those, moments of vulnerability at a moment. And that's why it's a covenant when you land with this woman in the bed. You're actually giving your all to this woman. And the woman, she's giving her all to you. If you look any lesser than this of it, it's become a part of rape. If you're the lesser one to have your, orgasm without the climax, you're in a pulse of knowing what rape feels like. So that's why you see a lot of 5 minute men or lesser than that pop up. And then the stories will usually end up being that way where they were together for long periods of time, being in a marriage, but it's weaker and weaker when it comes down to the sex, even to the point where the gene is lesser, especially if you're, a person that's abusing your body throughout the day. And now you want to have intimacy and you want to create a baby from that. It's a weaker gene. There was an expression of how you get a girl because you have the weaker gene. I was like, wow. I don't know if that's it, but because you look at Omen, they said the first one would have or the boy can be in a representation of the demon or the devil. And I was like, wow, that's how they set their goals to have a devil is to be having the first child born as a boy. This is the mentality that we're facing on a, 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 a oppressional scale that they want their child to be born masculine and not feminine, to where it can trick us up that when we have a child and it's a girl, you ain't even bothered by her because you want a masculine boy. So this is another showing to the reality of how this is also in our own scripture, how we look at it's important to have a boy versus have a girl. And I had a boy first off, just it just now let me know as I had the girl, there's two different ways of looking at it. The dual, not the duel, the dual. And that's basically the whole analogy behind it. This woman at the end of the movie of Omen, she has the two, a boy and a girl. They take the boy and they basically try to destroy her with the girl, being in the room with her. Because they ain't really care about that, but they don't really want them two to exist either. This is what you find out about how a lot of us are getting caught up with our child being taken from us at an early age or been touched at an early age so they can rape your childhood memories and create the stagnation because rites of passage was given uh, when you have a child. They now call it baby showers and all this other stuff, this foolishness that even a godmother and a godmother. So the expressions that we look for and how do we have a continuance, what I'm saying, is through that nature, is through the nurture. Just like that tree right there, you're seeing it is nature and nurture together, not just well, nature gonna grow, and if the tree fall. No, not all the time that works, because we're not in nature like that all the time. So You got to be adaptable. And that's where you're going to still need your other hand. You're still going to need the one who is cutting trees while you're inside building what's need to be built to help on both ends, structure and in structure. That's structure and in structure, just like instructions. That's why there was no infrastructions uh, being a part of a destruction, because there's a fragmented when it comes down to different types of fires. You got to explain your fires from your spiritual, mental, and physical, and it's going to be expressive once it has a solidified, a liquidate, and a gassing way of coming out of you. Same thing with, toxins as you use the restroom. Clear yourself before you go into that other room with her. You can be mystic with her. It's just that you got to be ready. You know what I mean? Like even for man, if he shot off his extremities, is point 0.2 times your age. I'm gonna say it again. If he's shooting off all the men out the boat, point 0.2 times your age, brother. Now, what I say that? Why am I saying that? Mental, physical, and spiritual. You can't get your same proteins that you're gonna get um, within the foods that you eat in that amount of time in the next excretion if you're about to do it within that next few seconds. Now, what we found out is to make it more of an intimate thing is you have to be learning insemination. This will take you out of the category of your father. This will probably even take you out of the category of your grandfather. But when you come up with that, it's more of how instant, like my brother just showed, that's the baptism right now. Where we put the crowning as we put the water on her head. This is what we did for her to make the other side, the intimate side, come out more. Because she's a wave, right? You're uh, the ups and down in the wave. So if you learn how to become this, because she has circles, circular energy, while you have the up and down energy. So as she has circular energy, she also can go down or up in that energy. And then of course there's the reverse of that energy. So there's certain things you have to do on the body that will, bring that out. This is why they're known as the four winds. The four winds is your fire, your earth, your air, and your rain. That in sections of the body where it's explained how the body works from its toes. Like you might find some fetish spots on her toes that she's like, I like that, or it might be on her ankle, and you like, what, the ankle? Might be her ear, might be her neck. Yet when we find these spots, don't make it be like, well, oh, this your turn on. I'm gonna always go to this when I know it's your turn on. No, buddy. Mm-mm-mm. Now you're really gonna be yourself a program of rape. You gotta actually not think of it, just become it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're reading the body, not predicting the body. You don't want to predict what it's doing. Because if you're predicting it, it's like you're the body. Now you can analyze the outcome, yes. I ain't saying that. I ain't saying you can't analyze the outcome because there's always going to be an outcome out of it. It's just what I'm saying is if you know how to hold it down, like insemination, when you're inside of her, and if you can't, while you like, oh, I'm about to go, put your finger between your scrotums and your anus, your what you call your rectum. Put your finger there, hold it, put your tongue, roll your tongue back up, roll back up there. You know how you do the gleek? Or you're spitting, well, put your tongue back there in the back of the roof of your mouth, close it down, and tighten your butt cheeks. That's like the best way I could tell you. And then either you pause or you come on out of there. Because either way, you coming. You know what I'm saying? So now is the idea of not. And so as far as us, we have the mindset on, oh, I gotta go, or I'm gonna let it out, and yet that's not what you want to do. You want to actually prolong it. Prolong it. Look up Mantak Chai, MANTK, MANTAKCHI. He basically gives you a lot of that insight. I was breaking that down in a study analogy since I had to You know, I had to go deeper into the relationship. How you gonna be intimate? How you gonna be like this man and this woman in nature? You know what I'm saying? To where you don't mind yourself being in nature doing it. You know what I mean? And I know during my cycles of that, I found that, oh man, I had some spontaneous times like that, like being in nature. Had the tent, uh, camping out, and not really thinking about it like I, you know, because you usually, if you're with someone, you're not thinking, oh, I got children with me, I ain't gonna be doing all this. But what if you don't have children with you? Now what? So that form of honoring one another, that's what became what it was. She didn't worship me, I didn't worship her. We didn't make no sacrifices and want no offering. This is your 10%, 90% man think of woman already is. When we know that it states us in the honorable divine connection. Because 10% ain't a bad thing. 90% is the woman holds that child. 90%. Will you hold it? It can't be no 90% or 50-50. So get that out your mind, ego. The egg is the eye and the oval of all things. So when you start to see how she can crown you and she'll bring abundance around you, it'll be in the royal name that is been deserved for, as what we call earlier, regal. You know, we have a regal approach to life that if it was really down to it, she said, well, I want that man to have my child because I know what he has as, you know, profiteering, or I know I want that man to have my child because, you know, he's a hard worker, or I know I want my man to have a child because he's intimate. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's what spread it, the genes, not, well, we're gonna have this child because I like you. What? Or we just gonna have sex. And you're like, mm-mm. So a lot of it became a point where you find this date, could be the date rape, the mollies, the Percocet, the drugs that's influenced the drinking could be a scapegoat to now how you got caught into it. So you really gotta be mindful. Did we go out anywhere, do anything childlike before we start doing the childish? Because it's really childish when you think about it. An adult is a depressed child. The terminology is in so many ways. Slang term is an adult is a depressed child. So you don't want to actually, like I said earlier, find out you don't have any skills and now you're old enough to have some, but you didn't. And now there's what we call rites of passage that could have helped you in a way keep your child, like, you know, the upbringing, the like how that sunlight hitting the child, uh, livelihood in you. So when it came down to someone who's dark and demented in a way that you'd be like, whoa, I ain't attracted to that. You could easily walk away. However, if you're to like how we see now today's society is saying we want to be accepted. So you'll see that there's a lot of us just doing it because they want to be accepted. And there's your, you know, your pious lay woman. And reason why I even had to bring up lay woman, we had the word layman's term. And I used to hear that. So this is my first time really seeing the word lay woman. I said, lay woman, I gotta look this up. Uh, but it's like one who tends to have a hobby, but not really, you know, do anything with it, or craft and not really doing it, or, you know, have the idea of wanting to live just is just ideas. So if you're in that term, like how they were showing WandaVision, look at that movie series and you see how she's supposed to be cooking, she's supposed to be this old woman that she said, I want to be, but she ain't really know. She ain't know how to deal with it. What you got there, bro? Well, what is a harlot? Yeah, I can't really read it because I'm in a small box. But could you read that for us?
I got you the same thing. It was that screenshot you sent me yesterday. Remember?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but
Can't
I'm
even.
just keep on going. I'm gonna keep on doing, keep on
All
putting
right.
pics and stuff that align with your message.
Because you know, even that right there, the Charlotte, she is like what we know of being put into the present of our people. And we don't know it because this is where the store changed up the story into the storage. The legend that was the story. You know what I'm saying? I gotta mixoplix it. I gotta get it to a point where if you got to go out there and get some money and you don't know how to do it, I need you to prostitute yourself. I need you to get it anyway, no matter what. You know what I mean? And some of us were like, well, shoot, I ain't prostituting. Like, it could be a man too. Same thing. You know what I mean? Because if you don't have no skills, you can't till the earth. You can't use a shovel. What do you do? What can you do? You know what I mean? And then there's that, how I got to train you to do it. So this is where I can have someone who's from the exotic world, the field of, or not even the exotic world. Yeah, it's still exotic. The model world, where a beautiful woman comes and she says, all I want to do is, have pictures of my face. And they'd be like, yeah, come on in. And then he's like, well, can we see what you got down to your belly? And then she's like, why? And he's like, well, we get more headshots. That's small, but we need more body. And then he might just say, can we get the whole body? Can you take your clothes off? So it's the point of seeing how one who's a god or goddess energy to now you feeling innocent. And there's your portrayal of how you feel when it's done. Because now you made some money over it. I give you the money, you good, you left out, but now you feel shame. Now are you gonna feel like you want to do it again, or are you willing to do more? Because this money was good. You know what I'm saying? So we get into our own form of how we're sending ourselves of how you make a dollar. How do you feel about your dollar when you get it? To a point where the exotic sister who I'm making it, but I ain't making it, it's not seasonal. So now he's like, well, shoot, look, sister, dang, you've been teasing me all my life. I give you 1,000 right now. Just let me get in the room with you for 30 minutes. And there's this, now I get to be rough on you, and wait, I paid for it. So I actually paid for the 30 minutes. I'm actually asking somebody else, do you want to see it? So there's these other mind concepts that's behind when you want a dollar bill. How is it that you're getting it? Is it from intimacy? Is it not? Are you even intimate with what you're doing? You gotta love what you're doing in order to continue it. If not, why would you be doing it? Why would you want to do it? And are you doing it for something? Is it honoring you as you honor it? There's a cross reference in all of these things. This is where we have conscious becoming unconscious pimping right now. And a lot of us are in that wake up call. I had an older person come in the room, and all he could do was like have his jaw down and just slime all coming out of his mouth, drooling over the young generation that was coming in. It just had me looking like, yo, I never noticed how different now I got to see you. You know what I mean? Because you're stuck at the red at your root chakra. You're not even moving up any of these chakras. You're not going high enough. You could talk to her, get to her mind. You know, see if where she's at. It might not even be where you're at. So why would you want to, take the flower out of the garden? That's why I see that we can't keep hitting ourselves over it if we've done it. It's just that you will have to actually learn to get our brothers and sisters to be more aware of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you take your toll, yes. I took my toll, so you won't have to do it. Now that it's done, let us remorse on the new nowness of ourselves, because your past isn't mine, but my past can be yours. You know what I'm saying? So if you're in reference to learning, what do you do to yourself? You have to rechannel those thoughts, rechannel how you saw Sarah Bartman, who was Sakti Bartman, who only wanted to get away from her foundation, found out that when she got through we call it the janky promotion, you know what I'm talking about, the janky promotion, where uh, I get you, and now it's A become B and B become C, and now it's like, well, it ain't what you thinking. It's not as pretty as the roses and everything. You still gotta dance and do all these things, but you gotta wear less clothes, and you gotta be in this cage, and we're gonna call you names. Just don't listen to us. Just do what you gotta do. We still gonna pay you. So this is how a lot of the mental has been brought down to where we downsize ourselves. Even in a relationship, you say, "Oh, I want this woman, or I want this man," and be like, "Well, what you gonna do to keep him?" Whoa, that's the blow. Pow! Because there's an alignment that's supposed to be there. When we get with each other, that's not just we're gonna grow together. It's not, that don't happen like that. When we get to each other, there's change and there's growth amongst each other. So now how you deal with it, that's gonna be it. You know what I'm saying? Like you might find out you ain't as rough sex riding like she is. You know what I'm saying? She might like it all the time rough. She might like it only a few seconds, not a whole hour or two. You know what I'm saying? So there's levels you're gonna find when you say I know this person. You don't really know this person till you get them all the way around the board, and then even then, there's still some stuff you don't know. It's time to just get more intimate. You know what I mean? Get more into your breathing, relax into your breath. Uh, a perfect way. I'm gonna give you an example. Putting the hands out, right? And when she's in front of you, just have her hands come close to yours, as close as possible. First touch, see where her hands is at, and breathe. And then you want to hold that, and then you want to release. Now, of course, you ain't got to breathe right in her face, or make sure you brush your teeth or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, keep that technique going, and then find out whether you can either pull your hands further away. And as you do that, you're going to feel energy circulating in these hands, and it's going to circulate. You're going to ping pong off of each other. And because that's an intimate feel right there alone, uh, there's the pattern of just swaying with it. I had another brother speak on it. He was like, make the sound, make the moaning sound. And both of y'all just go through that. You know what I'm saying? The sound alone for us as men is curable. You don't have to always be in the bedroom to have this type of stuff. You can just say, let's just do this for a minute. We ain't got to do no bedroom, nothing. I just want to have an intimate feeling. Like I'm spontaneous, you spontaneous, but we don't gotta be spontaneous always in the room, and we ain't gotta always do the full thing to be spontaneous. You know what I'm saying? The spark is what you're looking for. To keep the spark up. You know what I mean? Like this is why you see most people do last that long in their relationships because they have a spark that's there. And you're like, whoa, 68 years? How the heck? What the heck? Yet then of course there's the other side. So that's why I'm like 68 years. Are you crazy? Yeah, buddy. So crazy is intelligent. You gotta find out how you are in your most intelligent way to be intimate with the other. And the more you're able to tap into that, um, she has to respect you and you have to respect her. You know what I mean? And if you have that, that's mainly your relationship. Now you can get your trust because your trust usually is based on respect. Whether she's listening to you, you listening to her, you passionate what she's saying, to being now compassionate. She's passionate to what she's saying, so now being compassionate. Now, what I mean by that is willing to change to see the growth out of it versus I'm gonna stay the same way. I'm not saying her attitude. I'm saying how her attitude is towards you. That's all. We we as people when we say, "Oh, you got to change," you have to change within yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's where the growth comes from. If not, there is no change. You can go outside, wear the same clothes you wore yesterday, change the clothes, come out there again the next day, and you still gonna have that same feeling. So it's a within thing. It's not because you put clothes on. You know what I'm saying? So the mental thing is when you're with someone, is it intimate? Or do you feel like it's a little rough? Can you bring it up? Will it cause a dysfunction in what's going on? You find out that majority of us might have already had intimacy when we calling it sex in 3 months, and now we didn't figure it out. And now within the 6 months, we're having an issue. Then 9 months, another, and then 12 months. And you're like, wait a minute, this happened every 3 months. Yeah, exactly. And you're in the fire, the earth, the air. Then, here comes the rain, reflection. In the fire, the earth, here comes the reflection again. So you're always in some kind of fear, whether it's mental, physical, or spiritual. It could be inside or outside to be the influence. That's why it makes it more of a critical thing of what you're gonna do with your life and your soul with that life. because your soul is already given you. You're talking about spirit. Most people think spirit is your soul. No way, no how. Spirit is a speck of what soul is. So when a person says I'm spiritual, now you got me thinking you're the speck and you're calling it spiritual. You see what I'm saying? And you'd be like, well, what's the difference from spiritual and soul? They the same. That's where you got the wrong mistake. That's where it went from left to right and didn't see that it was wrong. You see what I'm saying? Some of us are really caught into our own perspectives. Be willing to open up a little bit, accept some difference in your change. That's what I mean by that. Like you might think is uh up when it could be down, that you're so confident in it. Then by the time you get to 30, you're saying, oh, there is a middle. Yeah. It's just you had to okay. And because there's a 1, 2, that's usually from 1 to 10, 10 to 20. So anything from 20 to 30 might be thinking now Trinity. So it is what you see and how it can become you. You know, you're a reference of your reflection. So now is, and I know, notice a lot of people are saying now, they're saying, well, your riches are what reflects you now, and your business is what reflects you now. I would say, uh, what's happening to you now has its form of present. I could not say that this is your livelihood. You have a audible to change. You know what I'm saying? You have an audible to see growth within it. So it's on you for that. I couldn't blame anybody from where they're at is where they're at. We're all aligned in some kind of form. And just to give it a suit, um, this is what our life lessons are giving us. You know what I'm saying? Like humbling yourself as you're getting through it would be more than a effort. I noticed that I had a brother, I think it was 3 days ago. I noticed he said it at least 3 different times of complaints. And I'm like, yo, you really just creating that. Yeah, you see the difference as the skin change. Uh, that's your tone. Just like how the skin change, your tone also changes. So how you feel about things is also, as Malcolm X said, who had you to not love your hair the way it is, not love the clothes that you wear, the skin that you're in. You know what I mean? That's why I say he's like one of those messengers that was not the last and wasn't the first. It just made a mighty, powerful, prominent premonition on a lot of us to you're gonna have to wake up on this X conversation because Malcolm X is not the last name he left with when he came out of here. He transitioned with the word uh, Malik, El Malik, Haj Shabazz on that. So he became a L. He became a part of what his father was going through, Marcus Garvey, to now being a Muhammad Ali. I mean, uh, mm, a Noble Drew Ali wake up by having an L on his name. You know, so that's a wake up in itself. Even for Muhammad going the opposite way and still seeing how that should have been his way with him. You know, those were called blood brothers. So this is the reason why even for having women in your clique, as you call it, what is it that you was mindful of? You just taking a man as a doll baby, as a doll, or you was actually, adoring her, putting that admiration towards, all right, well, this is my my counterpart. This is gonna be what compliments me as I compliment her. You know what I mean? Um, this is what based on my knowledge, I'm getting a lot of or my reason for. You know what I'm saying? Like even for uh to not pass this to the next of my seed. That's why it's very, important to put this layman's term down so that our children don't have to relive that. That's right, the great reset. Because the re, that's the dark that we don't see of raw. That's the raw coming out now. What set is now. We reset. So the same thing, renew represent your name, your amen versus your omen. Your amen. Your omen is to say it's a seal on it, but amen is to hide it. So now, not only seal it, you want to hide it? Nah. Name. That's why I say, what's your name? Nah. Nomenclature. We go by nomenclature or appellation so that you are reminded of where you're from. This is your sacred energy. So when you give it back out to yourself, when you give it to her, it's a sacred, as you want to call a vow, a sacred sound. Because in the beginning they say it was Jack, or in the beginning was the word, but it's through John. How do you see that as a reference? Oh yeah, okay. So this is the other book I was talking about, the real Jack ID, the real ID Jack, the theft of black identity as the chosen people of God by Nasir Makar Hakim. Uh, he was breaking down the theology of the African American studies. Then there's this right here, the mystical journey of Jesus Christ. If you can gravitate towards this, this will help get the analogy of what you just showed of Sekhmet. Because you think about the sunlight is that set as it's coming into the darkness from the light. And then you got Maish, which is at the top, high noon. Some see the depictions of Akir, Akher, which is the two cats. And they'll show those two cats like separated. This is why the dog cat, they call it a dog cat world. Well, this is why they put that in the in between, because they're supposed to be like lion gatekeepers. And then Sekhmet, as you see the sunlight behind her, is why they always put something behind themselves, because that's the identification of what it is. That's Ra. You got Ra behind her. So they said that she was who created Ra. And then we hear in the later terms, Amun is Ra. So then you got Amun Ra. So you got Amun Ra. Uh, what you have to know, Amun Ra is from Amun Re. So you have to have the Re before the Ra. This is why we hear the word rare. And the cats say rare. All of it's still familiar to us. We might have had it separated, like the Madame being Madam. When you look at this conversation, this is the two cats that's in front of certain people's houses where they're showing what they call fufu lions. You look them up. Fufu lions. One's a guardian of the feminine and the other one's a guardian of the masculine. And that's the same way of saying how the eagle and the snake was the manifestation, but there's this middle part. So let's go through that. The eagle will be Aries. Why they didn't bring up the lion? Because that's in the middle. That's in the middle to where the snake who's stepping on it. The snake is the representation of what they call Sekhem. And Sekhem or Seket, you can see that as the scorpion. And so that's why you have the scorpion as your groin, fire energy, near Sekhmet energy. That's why Sekhmet is known as Sagittarius in that same area. And this is like the beginning of birth from 6 month to 9 month. The other conversation I had, why is six scared of seven? 7, 8, 9. You eat it, then you ate it. So you're going in the actual idea of a Garden of Eden. 8 is where David, at the age of 8, he went into the den. And of course, he faced lions, but he had to align himself. So that's like kneeling or align and kneel. Same thing as nail. You align yourself is like you're in meditation with what you see. So that's still um the missing part in that one is the feminine. You hear lions, but you don't hear lioness. So let's just add that in there. There's your trinity, your masculine, your feminine, and yourself. So this is why 7, 8, 9 is always an expression to even a two-ball cane, Boule conversation of how there's two balls and one cane, as in you went out in three. Now, they said, what is that can come in and out in a day in three? And they were saying, man, why were they saying that? Is because as a crawling as a baby, standing as a man in his elderhood, uh, his youthhood or manhood, to now he being an olderhood, and now he got the cane. So the two ball and the cane, but really it was a conversation of the woman. The triple goddess, the Sekhmet, is the carbon factor 14. Having that is the representation of seven generation folding together and manifesting out the nobles, as you saw right there, that picture, out the disciples, which are the nobles. And they changed that word from Abba to Abat. So now you got Abbot. So the Abbot is your Pope. And this is why a lot of the people follow the Pope instead of, connecting to your child. Your child is your Pope. But Pope also can represent Pop or Papa. So you got Peter as Papa, Saint Peter, and now Peter is Pata. So from Peter to Path, Pata, and Pete, you got Pet. So they made a Chia Pet in our younger generation, not knowing we was gonna have statues or sculptures just like a lion. See how grass is even manifested through it. Yet it's a deep conversation because you're using elements of nature, as we're not raping it anymore. We're actually cultivating it. And this is what is the same thing in the bedroom. We got to learn how to cultivate our intimacy side. That just like how I'm having a conversation with you, I'm not yelling at you. You know what I mean? And even when, I might be like looking as I'm doing right now, and then I look back at the camera, I'm spacing myself out so I can still have conversation with you. You notice that when you're in that intimacy, you will do that. You'll space out and be like, dang, that's not good. Dang. You might even close your eyes. You're like, I know, I'm a man. But then you got to open your eyes back up, look back where you at, and, start touching, start feeling. Because she might think that you're one track man. And you'll find out that some of us are. We might just think of just the womb. We got to get out of that conversation feeling. Um, she's a whole body. She's not only the whole body, she's the whole energy in the room. So as you saw the brother doing stuff with her, like that right there, helping out on the what we call sensor sides of herself. See, intimacy isn't just in the bedroom. Intimacy is having conversations. This is why we end up having to split our mind. Even for WandaVision, she had a split personality in there. That was another reason why I found that movie interesting, because she had a split personality, not even thinking she was doing negative energy, but she was a masculine, completely just talking mean to the robot Vision and all kind of stuff. He's an android, so yet he seemed like he had feelings more than her. So I was like, yeah, something off about this. But you can see this is just like saying if you was a Russian child, this is what you was dealing with after you done had a child, or while you had men up in you, and now you still wanting to have a relationship. So there's a psychological damage or psychological learning being developed on the stages of what we call love. Like, you don't have to give me anything to show me that you love me. You know what I'm saying? Just give me a hug, is that kind of love showing me that you love me. So it's not you have to give me something uh on the physical term, like to say that it's material, is what I'm getting to. Some of us are replacing that love to be, which can you do for me, is that love? Nah. And then there is that type of love. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can cook, you know what I mean? And you don't cook just for yourself, you cook for both of us. And you're like, oh shoot, this person got some love for me. You left me something. You know what I'm saying? And it might not have to be like, well, I had to eat and I'm gonna think about you. And I'm gonna be like, well, dang, we just had intimacy and everything. You ain't, dang, okay. And then there's the other side. You might not eat what she eats. So then it should be all right. Don't get mad at her. Don't get upset if she's not gonna cook for you because you picky. You know what I mean? You got to start figuring it out for yourself. Don't limit what we look at as love. You have a limited way of looking at it. You are not these bipolar people. So don't start putting that into your life. If you're not a person that Don't live in Rome. Don't start doing Roman stuff and calling it romance and, you know, you like romantic energy. Nah, if you haven't found your culture in it, you are already raping yourself and you want me to be a part of your rapage. And I'm not being a part of that. I Even for me as a man, I back out completely. I don't want to help you kill yourself. If anything, I'm better off doing it on my own, killing my own self. So if anything, I've seen how they gave us the movies where they're showing the woman drugging the man up in the bedroom. I was like, wait a minute, what is this? Yet this is the propaganda, like I was saying about this, the real ID Jack. They're giving you a lot of Jacob conversation, a lot of fake Jewish thoughts, a lot of destruction on Palestinian thoughts, a lot of how the Israelis uh, want to still be in power, so they have a lot of the broadcasting, a lot of the radio activity. That's what I was saying earlier about the radio WandaVision. It started off with black and white. We started off in reality with a false reality of audio first. We heard it on uh, 8 tracks, records, you know what I'm saying, cassettes, you know what I mean? Then it became the CDs, and then it became off of that to, you know, MP3s and things like that. Now you got it on your phone. You know, we didn't have the pager having all the extra stuff on it before. It was just the number. So this extra stuff was to slow us down while we were sped up. Like if we had all that stuff now, we'd probably be like, nope, give rid of all that. I just want the phone number joint. So we're now knowing that features aren't as features as they say, and we can be tricked by technology. So technology is a form of another rough way of having sex, and we don't know it either because we might utilize that. Put this in the music while we're having sex. You know, you're like, whoa, I don't need no music to have sex. You know what I'm saying? But it might enhance it. So there's that part. Learning the frequencies that you're putting on. That's being mindful. You don't want, negative energy in the room while you're doing it. That don't make any sense. You're actually adding a negative once you're done. Because now that you're all open like clothes that you just took off, you're open. So now God looking for you, can't see you. So you got to look back at what's going on here. That's that blue ether energy. That's that nine ether coming out. You know what I'm saying? And if you look at our OMEC connections, this is where you're seeing there's some more new stuff that's really the old stuff. They want us to be separated. I had an Aztec um, brother speak on the Mayas. He said they're not called Mayans, they're called Maya. That in somebody else putting that up there. That's not even how they, would want to put that on themselves as to end there, like they're American, Americas. Americas is the whole thing. You cutting it, slicing and dicing. So even for that term to Omeka was the name before it was Olmec. That was Omeka. That's a feminine energy before it became masculine, just like America is feminine, like Africa is feminine. So when the names are put down into the word masculine, it does uproot and change the feelings. So just like the blue black god, you have a green black god, green black god or green god or black god separated from the blue and the black. And now you got a red god. So you got all of these four sectional gods, but you hear a lot from the Brahma, the Vishnu, and Shiva, Vishnu and Shiva, um, how there's a separation of the body and how we're split in threes, not twos. We always think Arjuna or Krishna, and this is your form of Jesus that a lot of people get out of it, or Yeshua or Yahweh. From the Israeli, you can see, from the Israelites, you can see that it's the yoke, the yoga, the yoke, and the yoga. That's the why you got gurus. That's why you got people who are deeper into the meditational side, because like I said, the earliest form of Christianity was based on that. Before they said, oh, this is too much. This is where you get Coptic Christians, and they had it, oh, let's take that out and now go deeper into the Vatican Catholic side of things and make it more Catholicism, make it more why the prostitutional influential. So now we gotta take out, those who already have had intimacy. You've had negative intimacy. You know what I'm saying? And so it got to be someone's like freshly virgin. So now everybody can look for virgins of reality. Brand new, untouched, never seen before kind of thing. So this is where you get your what I just recently heard, your world trade fairs. Your world fairs became your world trade fairs. So your world fairs was a point where they brought something never seen, tall woman, short woman, and now you can have some of her for a price. This is where you get your prostitution and your parlors, your brothels, where it's now next to military. Virginia is 90% military, so there's some parlors out here, and if not, it's the lesser form, and that's why it makes it easier subjective to say, well, since he's just gonna give me money, all I gotta do is lay in the bed. I just go ahead and get some money. Same thing for her. If she over there doing military, all I gotta do is just give her something, and she can come on back to me all the time. This is the coolers. They call it coolers or coolies. They'll lay on the beach and be like uh lazy bum people, as they call it, surfers that only enjoy the livelihood of outside and entertainment of that outside world. However, there was the trade to it. There was the I gotta I gotta be a important part to the community, that I'm doing some work in the community that's gonna be reflective towards our community and make it communal. That when we have communion, there's gonna be some, oh, and I recognize this and this, and if it wasn't for such and such, those things can happen, or they don't have to happen. It's just that some of us do it hidden, while some of us do it out in the open, and that's why we have a purpose now to live in. I mean, a lot of us are now looking at this state of what is AMAN, and then MIN. Like, this subversity and subversity society might have created the rapage in our family. However, we're not going to continue doing this rough thing. Like I said, I put dog on the back of my head, but when I woke up to my reality was, I've been touched, I've been a thief, I've been lying. I did almost everything I could say as the Charlotte of my time and the younger generation, to the age of, let me see, 17, 13. I was already having sex, because 6, I was already touched. So I was looking at who am I gonna get to. So by the time I ran into her, she was an orange hair, the ruddy skin. I mean, not ruddy, yeah, ruddy skin, green eye. And then I went to the blonde hair, blue eye, and then finding out, I don't need that no more. But I did that a couple of times. It won't. Oh, that was great. Nope. I was like, something's not. Let me try again. Something not. No. Then one more time. Nah. And I went to the sister who lived their life, and she's adopted in their life, and the way she came into life was like my life. So I was like, oh, she was damaged all the way around. Yet here it is, two damaged people only going to damage each other. And so I didn't relearn her until she was, away from me. But then I was like, man, something I really liked about her, and I just it was the fact that I wanted to be around her, but I saw how her parents were and how her parents were looking at me because I'm darker than her. You know what I'm saying? So there was a lot of, I was unaware of these conversations. Are we really darkening and lightening and scared to be in the society because of our dark or our light skin? Certain people can't go up a bracket because of that skin complexion. And you're like, whoa, I didn't know that was there. Yeah, prominent. It's prominent Boule gate lion gatekeepers is making sure they'll either rough you out or rough your woman out so that there is no open door for you, no policy for your children. So yeah, we got to see it on a different scale, y'all. I mean, on a way big different scale. As my brother brought it down, I was looking at him recently. He said the most prominent leaders out there are already caught up in the boule. As my brother Bobby Hemmett was throwing it out there, he's saying in Georgia they have every year convention, and I was like, yo, every year convention, dang. And I'm thinking, I went down there and I felt something was off. just completely off. Couldn't figure out what it was, and it's like it was something weird. But because I had took some shrooms, I was like, no, something is weird. And now I get it. He told me, and it makes sense. Like I was there and I seen all these people that weren't me. They a brother, but they ain't a brother. You know what I'm saying? Like they wearing skirts, dresses, and all kind of stuff. And I said, nah, this don't look right. Yet what he was talking about is there a convention that they do every year. I'm talking about all your best, prominent, high paid lawyer, whatever, out there with another brother. I mean, that's the Nutty Brother Act. Shoot, I went up here. My brother was like, can you send me some pictures? I was like, shoot, I can send you some pictures of some rough sex. I looked up rough sex. I said, black on black rough sex. It was like I made a big mistake. I popped on that thing. I said, wow, all this is going on. I'm talking about phallus in the, yoni and the man doing a man. I'm like, I'm getting this got deep. Like I only pressed one thing and it showed me all of this stuff. The censor is gone, bro. Uncensored is gone. It's all out in the open now. Everything all out in the open. It's just up to your child to really know what you're speaking on and how that child going to stand in that truth, so that that child don't repeat what's going on and have these people having issues now because they skipped over that part. You can't skip over the manual. You can't skip over the guidance. You're the guidance. You know what I'm saying? Woman is the guidance, man is the manual. And if you notice that, the manual is manually moving. The guidance is automatic. You see what I'm saying? So there's always going to be a masculine and feminine trait about ourselves. You can't have these children coming in here confused, and you can't have these confused ones giving it to our children. So they have a learned confused confusion. This is what the rapist is doing in our mind. You're making your child rough. So as far as another purpose behind it, bring your children around to the uncles that are out here that's saying, no, we're not living that way. We're hitting the drum. We hitting sound bowls. We meditating. You know what I mean? We're doing a village purpose towards it. Now, I'm not here to have you say polygamy or non-polygamy. That's on you. You figure that out in the end. But what I am going to say this is, you don't got no doula in your life. You don't got no midwife in your life. If you don't have your grandma, your mom, your sister, you're going to need somebody. 90% is of women on this earth. You only 10% men out here. So with that, 5% ain't even thinking on this level right now. I'm talking. And that's sad because that means those men that's on the 10% out of the 5%, they buck down by religion and they don't even know it because woman is the religion. If I get a woman to be religion and she's 90%, that's 90% of the earth is not thinking on the level of 10%. That means their head is completely closed off. They hemisphere of the left going to the right side of the brain is completely cut. And I felt it when I was in my family livelihood. I'm drawing. My dad loves my drawing. Yeah, I didn't get no side of him till like maybe 16 or 17, and he finally shows me that he can draw. And I said, wait a minute, why aren't you drawing? Then I thought about it. I said, you got a left hand. You're using the same left hand I use. Never in his life had he showed me that. I had to find that out on my own. I'm not saying I'm mad at him. What I'm saying is society can mess us up so much that we can't get into the art. We don't have time for it. We can't get into the creative. We don't have time for it. Right now, I'm putting creative time right now with y'all, so that once I'm off of here, I'm going right into the copper. I'm going into my other side of creative. Speaking of creative, let me show you something real quick because this is what I mean. Like, you got to start getting intimate with your work. You got to start getting intimate with your work. And what I mean by that, you'll see your work is your worth. It's a picture of my son. And I want to do the different versions of him because this is where he's at now, his state of life. When we were getting it in, this is where he was at in his state of life. And he, of course, his mom, the version of wanting him to wear a suit and stuff like that. So, and it happened to be a red suit. So I'm like, yo, you actually following the line of Malcolm X. As Malcolm Little, he wore the red. So like, that's deep. Never looked at these pictures in the same way. And then, of course, his hand is in a fist down here. His hand is in a fist, and then he got the other hand. He's touching his ear. So I remember also him pointing to his, pointing to the eye. You know what I mean? And I seen the same thing come out of Martin Luther King. They both did that same concept. And then here, he's actually throwing a spiral of energy. And he was in the water when he did that. So I just wanted to re-emulate that. I ain't even sent him the picture of this yet. And then there's the sacred beetle of the scarab. We got to have a scarab beetle in our lives. So he's our cancer. He's our connector to knowing why from night to death to life, we express a lot. You know what I'm saying? And it gets to that point where you say, okay, I'm not gonna have my people express death so much. I gotta get them to get to their livelihood or their life. And it takes a minute to really, rediscover who you are. And I would say the best way you can do it is through, your family or your children. Once you do that, you can bring out some more energy. This is his mother right here. I'm just almost done with that one as well. Okay, this was her this is her younger version of herself, but I was like, yeah. And because I know what we went through, I have to go back into the women that helped pave my way. If I was to think of them negative, that would be the only thing that they would be left behind of me thinking of them. So just like with every man, I look at it would be your time too to find your plant life, plant your seed into how you, speak, how you being more intimate with her, giving her more of a collective uh, opening. You know what I'm saying? Because once it's there, some things you're just not gonna be able to identify anymore. And for her, she recognized a lot, and she'll keep it embedded. So she might end up having, like how they call it, a curse or a hex. Um, like Lil Kim was saying, I put a hex on the whole family. People speaking. So where a lot of our feminine gravitating towards the Wicca or the wicked. And they call the wicked awesome. But if you don't know I'm a son, you can't say awesome to me. Um, son is not just SON, it's SUN. And that's what I'm still getting reference out of on the movies I'm watching. Even, was it Matrix 4? At the end, he was supposed to be flying off, ended up being her helping him fly. I said, oh, dang. So just like what I was saying about the Power Rangers, they unified their colors. That's the 5. And the bull was used. So I see what they were using that for, to explain Asar. Asar is the one with the horns. The cow, though, is what we're looking for. Hathor. Hathor. So when we see this, that's like Haru, one who now has the crown, as my brother was showing. He's now embodied. He's now embodied to his higher self. Now he recognizes his higher self because he has, a love, a compassion to his mid self and his lower self. The 3. This is what you always seeing about Cain and Abel fighting because of self. Also, uh, they didn't like. Well, Abel wasn't there, but Cain didn't like. So it's a reference to the Trinity. Always going to be this Trinity. Yet the 3 becomes 4. That's why I was speaking earlier about this high noon. At the highest noon point is Akir, Akher, which you can hear accurate, Acura, according, accord. You know what I mean? So the spine, the vertebrae, the vortex of up and down, the erect building, the phallus, the point to a circle. This is where you get 5 from fee, fi, fo, fum. there's a four concept to this. How he know he can smell the Englishman because it's through the nose. Fire, rain, fear. First section. So fee, fi, fo, fum. It might have a reference in one way, might be a reference in another. So now he smells an Englishman. He didn't say he smelled an Indian. He didn't say he smelled a black man. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of this is a reference to something else. If this is fee, fi, fo, if this is a giant, is this giant really like an Olmec head? You see what I'm saying? It might be an Olmec head. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it might be. I don't want nobody to say he said that. Don't put me in your reference. I'm just saying it could be. But yet, these are references to what we knew as the big people. You know, they had a head. They were ahead of things. They were in knowledge of things. So a lot of pictures would have been depicted as like Pinkai, Pinkei, or Punkai, the Emperor Punkai. He has a big body, which they also call him Gilgamesh. And then you got him as concepts, what they would think of the Neanderthal. You know what I'm saying? Big people. And then, like I said, check out Asir. He talks about Tartarians, Totar, Tatar, Tatar, Tarian, Tarians. Tartarians are tall people. You know, 6 foot going into 7. I mean, 7 going into 6 going into 10 feet. If you never notice, Malcolm X was 6'4". So that's another reason why a lot of women loved him. Tall, dark, and handsome. He was ruddy skinned, so he didn't have the dark, complexion. Yet you can see where our levels of, even if it was tall, still impressive. So that also became a point of these ideas. And then you think about a body that tall or whatnot had to keep the heat up, had to keep the friction going. So when you run into a small being and y'all have an intimacy, there's a level that's like, wow. You know what I'm saying? And for me, I did run into a tall woman at one point. I was like, man, I gotta climb her. But then realizing how we would think of these things, and even for myself, I was like, we were really intimate. And I was like, wow, this is a lot. Like I didn't know. And she was really juicy. And you'll find out there's an orgasm, there's a climax, um, and there's levels to it. Woman has 9 levels, man has only 7. If he has busted, then he don't really find out how he can get to that 7th level. So you really want to look at, if you're going to have an ejaculation moment, 10%, and see if you can still get those other percentages up there. When you find out that you're getting ready to climax and you hold it and you don't release, bring it back down, helps you preserve some in your brain. That way, when it's like the second time or even the third time, it's gonna be great. It's just that at least you salvage some of your, because it's oxygen. You're giving your brain cells back oxygen. So when you're feeling depleted, lightheaded, you basically are low on your oxygen on the brain cell ability. So that's why it's important to get moringa uh, in your living habitat. Sea moss, valerian root is good for stimulation. Demand is a good one too. It's just that you gotta know about your heart. Are you high blood pressure type? You can't take that. If you are, we'll have to look for like your henbei or something like that. Then there's the honey goat weed. Then there's the uh, I can't think of it right now. It's gonna come to me later after I get off of here. But a lot of people forget it is the I don't do the black ant, but I heard people use that. I'm more of a natural person. I really don't. I don't even need this stuff. It's stimulant. All of these are stimulants. So you yourself, you can find stimulant in yourself. That's why the men be driving so hard to want to get their stimulants up. This is why they go to like Tennessee and knowing there's no dancers. I mean, no dance clubs out there. It's just straight go-go bars. And you're like, wow. So it limited to the stimulant side to us. And now it's only that's the only way of getting it out. You know what I mean? Either that or gamble. And so um being mindful. Help our generation see other ways to it would be mindful. You know what I'm saying? Uh I know we don't accept role models now because we see a lot of I followed you and I fell down this hole and it's your fault. So just be mind models. Be mindful. Just tell them some things to be mindful about. This educational world is vast right now, so you got plenty of time to throw as much as whatever amount out there. And then once it's out there, they got their own decisions to make. At least you gave it to them. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't even take this time out. I know I was taught birds and the bees, and they don't do anything but pollinate. I thought that was sex. I was like, wait a minute, what? I'm confused. And then I got caught into the what is it, the Prejudice of Hollywood, the little vanity magazines. And then there was a lot of little slut joints out there, they call it smear magazines, where, you know, you might have somebody just throw it away in the trash can. And you just happen to be in the trash can and you find it. You're like, oh, gold mine. You know what I mean? For a young child, a young lad, as they call it, that was the playground. Playground. Yet it had me wanting to stimulate myself. And I found out that during that, um, that's where we had to come up with the extra lubrication. And somebody was talking about KY jelly, and I was like, oh, that's the stuff we ain't supposed to been touching. So they was giving us stuff to mess ourselves up, even we ain't know. The petroleum, what the heck you doing, burning yourself? And then there was oil, you know what I mean? So it's like we will find something that's gonna work. And well, I mean, you can't never get as close to, I mean, you can't never get as what it is. You can get close to it, but it ain't never gonna be what it is. And then there's the toys that most of our sisters, when they say, when you marry me and you gotta leave, I need you to not think of nobody else but me. So they'll give you a little toy to mess with. And I had one little plastic little, woman joint. And I was like, man, this jank feel weird. And then I'm like, it's in plastic. I'm messing with plastic. And so it just is a turn off. I mean, that's not a it can't get stimulated, but so far with that, you have to keep your imagination going in order for these things to happen. And so I do realize when you are in this world, do you really find a maturity behind it? So that way, when you are going this deep into it, do you feel like you're connected? Your spiritual is being affected by it as much. So it's not just, oh, I'm physically loving to have this as, you know, a moment in my time and then, okay, let me put it to the side. Nah, this is an intimate thing. So what I mean by the questions that I gave you is like, rough sex or rough sex. I mean, rough or rough? What what type of sex you like? Because we might not know. And at least let us know ahead of time. So, we ain't got to go through all of that. And you can be like, all right, now I know I ain't that type of person. You know what I'm saying? Because some of it don't get hardcore like other people. Some are hardcore. Some are 24/7. Like to do that, waste their brain cells. Maybe they don't know that they're wasting their brain cells. Maybe you into taking people's brain cells. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe you into giving out your brain cells. You're not even thinking that she's sucking up your brain cells. And the more you give her, the more she can have a child in a development. So and that's a deep thing too, because I didn't know she can carry on the gene of another person into the next gene and create a baby through those genes. That's some deep stuff. Um, and I would say to that, it leads reference to why they say spirit is not just sexual. It's the intimate side to it. So when you are passing it on, it's as much good as much it is bad into that child that, like I said, you might have not developed fully. And so now they got the undeveloped side of it and they got to work with that. Uh, my recent child from at the age of 47, um, was my last real intimate energy. You know what I'm saying? And compassionate, yes. You know what I'm saying? And it was to a point where, the reasons of it made it why I was intimate. Um, we were healing. And in the process of those healings, there was no drinking, you know what I'm saying? Might have been a few conversations here and there, yet not on no terminology of calling out a name terminology. And you'll notice that a lot of us will have that as issues throughout our relationships. So, as far as maturity, we have to still be mature about what we do, how we're into it, and even when we're not, no longer. You know what I mean? Like, learn how to work with each other so that you're not passing I hate that person energy. You know what I mean? Like, because you're no longer with this person doesn't mean that you have to keep an attachment to that person. And there's your spiritual attachment. Just like what I was saying about having a baby. Some women don't want that man fully. So they'll take that gene and wait till she find the right one. And when she finally do, that's when her flowering happens. And now she got a full development of the child she wants out of her child. And that's where you notice she's not a nurse. She's actually the doctor. Uh, in a lot of actuality, she is her doctor. Um, we took in the word doctor from the word witch, you know, and just like with Doctor Strange, he became a warlock kind of witch. So you can see that even though he wasn't doing the war, he was one to prevent war because he learned from who? The woman. And I said, wow, because here he is, someone who was into the uh, royal world doing a lot of things with his hands on a mechanical level, yet no heart. So he was thinking the finest things can get me what I want, even though the sister was like, you got to have more passion into compassion. And so he had to learn that even though he was dealing with people that was on the deathbed, life and death, like like a dog, he was actually dogging people's lives out, which made him be more of a manifester with his hands. But this is also the Randolph story about Madame Blavatsky, which Rudolph Randolph, you can get that brother also from Asir Duke of Tears, where he's being brought in to give us the mystical, magical man who's really looking like a Dracula, but he's also looking like um, this is from Sanchez, brother Sanchez. He had brought this up where he looks as the terrorist, the Taurus field. He's a Taurus field in the center of our body. If it was a donut, that's what his suit, his head, all of that looks like. And this is the same aspect of what I meant by the physical Pisces. So they created that same aspect, just like the Ankh being on this oppositional scale where the arms are out and the head is in the body. So you can see that Dracula is really still trying to be you on a different form. So that's where you get your vampire, your vast empire, your Draco, so Dracula, your dragon, from the snake to the dragon. So there's these wake up calls that we still have to wake up on. Your life and livelihood is in it the whole time. So now it's about you creating what you emit out of it, your creativity side. A lot of us can be blind by just getting in the bedroom and having an intimacy. Did you put on a color? Could you put on some yellow or some orange or some other than red? You know what I mean? Because red is power. However, red could have you stuck in power or have you feeling low. So now you got to come on out of the power, get into the orange. The orange would be more of an intimate, sacrilege. You said sacrilege, not sacrilege. See, they have changed these words up so that you'd be sacrificing stuff. Now, if you went to the yellow, it'd be more of a solar energy. Okay, now you get some green, more emotional energy. And if you went to the blue, more communicative energy. If you went to the darker blue, it can be a little diffusion, yet it can be more amusing once you hit the purple. But now, if it's purple, is it the ending? So you gotta know when you hit that crown, You are coming back down. So I would say for anything, your highest might want to be the green. Keep it as high as that can go. So there won't be extremes on either end. That way you can still have your abundance. You're still connected to the Virgo energy, Earth, Mother Nature. It's still gonna help. That opening of the green, we call it Ogun. It could be in the borderline rate, but it's also dignity. How you dignify yourself. How do you align yourself? Because even when you get in the bedroom, you are on the borderline of you could be raped or not. And that's because you open up. You are consent to a contract to how do you want it. Now, if I gave you some kind of food and was fast food, you might be mad when you wanted a gourmet food. You know what I mean? But yet, I only charge you $5. So you can't get mad at me if I only charge you $5. You pay for what you got. So this is why we end up having money as the ruler. And that's why we gotta actually come on out of that too. And just realize you're genuine. Do the genuine things. Make it uh a genuine ability, a genuine feel. You know what I mean? Even if you have two different ones, be genuine with both of them. And don't say, I'm not giving this one that one. I'm not giving that one this one, when that's a lie. There's a lot about our lives is when we started out with a birthday. Your birthday is not the same day of you coming into existence. You came into existence is the whole year. Your birthday is that day that you said that you came out, and that's birth. You've been in existence since the whole year started. You lied to your own self. Now, I didn't tell you to accept your mother's lie, yet you accepted your mother's lie. And that's your fault. That's not her fault. That's your fault. The tree had to fall down. In order for the tree to fall down, you saw it. You had to have your eyes open. So don't go blaming everybody on the constant. That's the same thing with relationships. Don't be, I'm mad at the young generation because I ain't get it right yet. Well, you got plenty of time and you older than. So you should already know. Nah. No, everybody got everybody got their time to grow. I would just say, as you're learning, don't blame. You know what I'm saying? Don't do this blame game because we all could do that. That's the easy thing. What we got to do is get out of the blaming game. Tap into what's going to help you on the function. If it's dysfunction, that's why it's called that. You're dissing your function. If it's a dis-ease, you're dissing your ease. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people diss their ease because they don't have what they think they have. And it could be right in front of them. They don't think they know it. So they lessen themselves from it. That's why it's important to just stand on what you got, learn it stronger, and then once it's depleted, as we would say, chuck it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You learn as much as you could from it. This is how it works. I wouldn't say do that with a woman. However, there's a uh, lifestyle and livelihood we see out of the change and the growth. So if you're changing and she's not, and you see growth and she's not, you know what time it is. And it's not to say I'm hurting you, sister. I still gotta prosper. And even for man, even for woman, if you see him, you changing and he ain't changing, and then you get into this growth and he ain't growing, see ya. You're not here to stay stuck with one being. If that was the case, that ladybug that had babies with the other ladybug is gonna wait for that ladybug to come back so it can have some more babies. That's not happening. That's not happening. And if some of us go on 2 hour trips and someone end up going in a different journey and they don't come back the same, don't get mad at them. That's the journey they had to take. That's the growth they had to find out. That's the change they had to come into. And there's the acceptance. You know, I would say this: if they go to you and act like nothing's different and they still hugging on you and kissing on you, doing all that, that ain't real. You know what I mean? That's what we got to focus on. Don't be phony. I can still genuinely love you. I can still say I love you. It don't have to be that love I did in the intimate where I was in the bed. Is that the only way you thought I loved you? Then that's the reason why you think love ain't good for you. You see what I'm saying? This is why some of us are stuck in a rough sex mentality. This is why we not hug. This is why some of us do not hold hands. This is the more this is the maroon side of it. This is where the enslaved prisoner of war was put into their brain so that they would think this is how I function. And I don't hold nobody or touch anybody because I don't want them to think that I love them. So now you close off, like close on. So that's another way of thinking. How do you be accepted in life and how you accept life when you're being accepted? Because there's your form of rough sex and you just didn't even know you was doing that. Some people like being talked to in a rough way. That's not good. If you want passion, you gotta have that. See how that woman is touching his face? You gotta have compassion. That's you seeing as they're doing it, they're not one behind the other. I'm looking at your eyes. I'm looking at how you're looking. I'm into how you're feeling when I'm inside you. That kind of stuff. That is some strong senses that no one can take from y'all. You know what I mean? Once that's there, that's on lock. That's that covenant. Now, of course, once you said, "Well, I just did that with him," how you gonna just do that with her? Well, this is where the other side kicks in. um, he might not see it the same way you do. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
bro,
And yeah.
real quick, let me jump in. When it comes to polygamy or polygyny, why does the first thing come to mind is sex? You know, why is it always associated with that and nothing deeper than that?
Well, I mean, just like what I was getting to, because there's a different type of love than what that woman is seeing. She's seeing that you loving her intimately. Just what? Because you got that inside of her? No, there's another reason why that's inside. The phallus is a curing stick. It's not just a pouring stick. I know we pour out our energy, but we also cure with that same, that's why it's called a magic stick. You know what I'm saying? That's why Hollywood uses so much. It's really the best form of therapy. Uh,
Oh, so it's power in the phallus, not just the yoni too.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And because it's like having a new car. You don't want nobody else to drive it. So it is a feeling that the man has. He just got to know how to curate it and preserve it enough to where it can be used in that aspect. And if he's fully aware of that, and if she can be more in an intimate level to, because like for myself, I had to share my cake since I was born, and I was thinking, what does sharing my cake got to do with anything? But cake is a form of, your mother, your natal, your birth. You know what I'm saying? So I had to share my cake with my older sister, and I was like, why am I sharing my cake with my older sister? Like, so should she have her own cake? You know what I'm saying? But it's the form to the ritual of how, like, if this was shareable things, these are cures. And if you're finding that you can help somebody with a cure, you would do it. And it wouldn't be because my heart won't in it. My heart is into it. That's why they take the polygamy word and make it more like it's a freaky thing, or it's more like um you're 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 greedy and you can't have just her, you gotta have her too. You know what I'm saying? When it's in all actuality, these two both are pleasing me. So I want to do the best I can to please both of them. And if it's through that phallus, I could do that as well. I don't have to actually, you can have both of them and didn't shoot off. You know what I'm saying? And both of them satisfied, both of them great. The whole reason is we're supposed to be able to know how to do that. Some of us aren't even able to challenge ourselves enough to do that. So now we feel like the lesser of, and we do the lesser of. We took the superhero out of ourselves. We think we average. We do average stuff. So that's why you see, man with one woman and things of that nature, and how
So,
they have a one family and
so,
they
so
still
why,
working
why, why,
hard, but
why
they
do you,
working harder because it's based everything.
so why do you think they don't teach phallus discipline and yoni discipline and things of that nature? Why you your celibacy or different things?
Well,
And then
that's
back in
the
the
whole.
days, it was almost it was looked down upon to be a virgin. I know when I was back in them days, whatever in the beginning stages, I was embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? Because your home is a little more advanced. You know what I mean? Oh man, you ain't got nothing yet. You know what I mean? So
Right.
we it's almost like we forcing the issue to get out there to get some. So it's those peer pressure. Then you have the environmental pressure. So it's a bunch of different things coming at teenagers and young youth.
Yeah, that's I'm glad you brought up the peer pressure, because as you're challenging yourself, just like I said, at 13, I was already out there. Usually we don't want to do that till you about 16 going on 18. And even then you should have some kind of form of rites of passage. Now, etiquette. My brother was like, we don't have no proper etiquette. So when it comes down to it, one of our brothers might speed us up and say, come on, man, I'm gonna show you where you can get it at, and then take you to one of those places that I was speaking on, brothels or parlors, or even down the street where they out there, they walking on the street, because it went from, I can't do this in my house, I'm gonna go out in the street and do it. I'm gonna do this 24 hours. It's like the TV. The TV had a certain broadcast system to turn off, but this joint stay on 24 hours. So Las Vegas, the Fallen Angels, they do a lot of that there. So you'll see that this is the grind thing. But I'm a person that I don't know how to talk to nobody. I'm young. I'm a teenager. When they be like, man, I'm gonna get you to bust your cherry. Come on with me. And they take you on out. Might even try to get you drunk first before you do it, because they don't know how you're gonna react. So they do the best they could when they were there. And even then, that wasn't the best they could. That's just toxic. You know what I'm saying? So creating that fast forwarding is where we get this adult depression. Like a child supposed to learn his childlike ability before they learn his childish ability. And as we get an adult, we might not get any childlike nothing. So now we just childish as an adult. And so now we speed up the other ones to get there too. Like, come on over here. Come on, catch up with me. You need to be already busting some nuts and stuff. Come on, get you with this woman. I already know she good. And then you send her on to her. But now you done messed his mind up, because he might be snappy nappy for the dugout. Or, you know what I'm saying? Because he might come up and say, I need to spend all my money. Every time I see her, might get my whole paycheck to this woman. God dang. But now he ain't realizing what intimacy is. He's realizing what sex is. So it could change the dynamic of one who's saying, "I it's the first time I ever got mine," to a point where, shoot, I'm bust my jank all the time. You know what I'm saying? Where is how I feel about it at? Where is my intimate side at? And usually you'll find out, because we're being pressured, you're feeling, I gotta hurry up and get this, because I don't want to be 35 and still ain't got none. You know what I mean? And so you'll do whatever. And so now it's like, some of us, like I said, don't know how to talk. So we'll be like, yo, how do you get a woman? And so they might be like, look, I'll show you how to get a woman. And he'll take her right to a woman that he paid for. That's not how you get a woman. That is how you pay for that. And that's not how you supposed to do it anyway. You know what I mean? So it might have been military influence, it might have been street influence, it might have been just thug influence. Yet, what about how to articulate it? How to see how a man actually can develop the truth of that skill, like to talk to a woman with intimacy, to see what she's into before we get all into the. I gotta get her in the bedroom, because maybe you find out the bedroom the best thing y'all got. Like I said, the man probably spending his whole paycheck, and she back out the door as soon as she get it. So now his mind is ruined about sex, and he ain't never had it at first. And all he wanted to do was find someone he can love and trust and respect. All that's out the door, bro. All that's out the door. And now he gonna probably like, I hate women. This is why they call it Jack the Ripper. That's a Jack ID, creating the Jacob ladder again. So there's a way that the Zip Coon, the Jim Crow, that's in our era of the 1800s, that's still in effect, because it's black and white facing. They call it minstrel, to where you might want to live a lifestyle or act like you're in this lifestyle. So you got to have the popular car, you got to be somebody important, and you can now pull up on her. And now you say, "What's up, girl? Let me get some of that." And you're like, "What the? That's still how you talk?" So it's
Did they
still
get
not
that minstrel words from minstrel shows? G E.
absolutely, absolutely.
Mm. Can you explain to the crowd what's a minstrel show? Just in case, just in case they don't know, unfamiliar.
Yeah, no problem. That's the time era of 1800 coming into the early 1900s. They got an actual movie, right? A series called Them, Them. You could look that right into that joint. And he's showing a coon right up in there. And he was like showing how it's an aggression, it's a feeling of satire. You could be dancing and doing a song and dance, doing a jig, the Jim Crow dance, all because you feel like you're lesser than yourself. And now you have some aggressional feelings, but the only way you can show it is on the stage. You can't really be that. And if you are, you too emotional or too rational, irrational. So black and white was put on the face and show how they would come out and be not themselves. Yet it was showing somebody else's emotions on a stereotype so that they could give what we call satire, satire joking, satire drama, to where you can be ragged and runny, ain't got no money, talking like this, even though your lingo is what most people might not approve of. So they made it as entertainment. And so they made a way to downplay each other or give us what we call the negrophobia. So that way, when society's really seeing us in our higher self, they'll think that you that Negro. You know what I mean? You're not even a pygmy, the shorter person that I was really looking up to that gave me what we call the twa, semi-tawi, the yoga in itself, the guru in itself on how to become um, sanctified on energy, knowing from its lowest, smallest, shortest, but yet impactful energy to its tallest, very largest, uh, uh, entity of energy. This is what we now respecting or now disrespecting because of the height, because of the stature. You know what I'm saying? And all of that still goes back to status. So the menstrual was a part of the status to change up that in the way that we would like be numbed down, dumbed down, even to the day. You might as well say it's the version of the bleaching up skin to the hair changing, you know what I mean? Because you're really not wanting to be yourself, is what the whole idea is. Yet you're being somebody else. So who is that you put out there? That's the makeup. They put the black completely over the face and then make the lips big, make the eyes bigger than it usually supposed to look, and
What
wear the
about
hat.
what about the women that say, I bought the hair, so it's mine. What about that?
And that's the other part with Topsy. Topsy was a dainty woman, but she also was to create the gullible woman who, like you just said, from the makeup, the fake hair, the Raggedy Annie, to even Shirley, because they put Shirley Temple up there. I ain't think about that one, but that's still connected to the Charlotte. And they was chasing after that little girl. I was like, wow, pedophilia all day. So when it comes down to them growing up our children early to the women that wear the wig and things of that nature, they're showing us versions of minstrels. Either they don't know it. That's why I said it's about educating ourselves so that we can get the change and the growth, not just change. Because you could change that hair, it don't mean that you got growth from it. You know what I'm saying? Like that wig ain't helping your growth. It's switching your personality, yeah, but not your growth. You got a different personality every time you put it on. That's why Split, the movie Split, showed a lot of you separating yourself, separate. That now even to come back to yourself, be like, dang, who am I? What was I doing just a minute ago? And you're gonna end up doing that on this constant, revolving 12 month cycle that you might be living in. Some of it don't live off that same uh month cycle. We might be living on the moon cycle or the sun cycle. There's a larger calendar than what we can look at, the great long calendar, short version term calendar. So it's just a matter of how many ideas that you really want to keep involving yourself in. Are you going to baptismo your hair? And are you going to really go through all of that when that could be just a version of you? And now that you did that, look at it as a variant so that when your child comes into the world, you say, okay, well, I had that stage too. Eventually, you're gonna grow out of it. You know what I mean?
No doubt, no doubt. Do you have anything else for him as far as the importance of copper, and as far as currently, well, now that we wrapping up, currently, where do you feel like the consciousness is overall of copper tone and melanated people, and where we headed for closing
Well, I
thoughts?
just got a brother who just right now waiting for me to respond to him. I'm like, man, this is getting better already. We're in the session of Virgo energy. So Virginia, Tescanoka territory, we have the goddess of copper. And copper being as strong as it is, people all the way to Massachusetts be wanting the purity of it as it is mainly here and other places. Yet this is where you can find a better way to ground yourself, um, so that you won't have so much of anxiety, depression, suppression, because you can't suppress a lot. And then there's the high blood pressure. You know what I'm saying? This helps with circulation. So if you have issues in your leg, like we were talking about with stretching and things of that nature, after you do your stretching, put the copper on and go and get it into some of that sunlight and see if it turns green. Wipe it off and your copper, and you'll see where because basically is letting us know we're depleting ourselves. When our skin turn green, it's like saying, okay, you're at that depleting stage. Even though the green is showing your purity, you're showing depletion. So it's like saying, I need hydration, I need some oxygen. So that's why it's definitely needed. It's a thermostat on the body. So if you put it on your body, you can see when you're needing more oxygen than just saying, oh, I'm thirsty, or I gotta wait till I sweat before I drink. You know what I mean? Sometimes our body is talking to us, we ain't listening. So putting that on you. The other thing is copper foods. If you're deeply into copper foods, and you never even heard about it, I'm bringing it up now. It took me a minute. I was what 45. I'm 49 now, so I'm like, whoa, I ain't man. Somebody told me at 16. 'Cause I had high blood pressure at 16. I was like, man, I'm looking for all this stuff, and it's called copper foods, or it says high copper. Look for high copper in the foods, mainly DNA, not your RNA. This is your RNA. This your DNA. So you want to eat more of this than that. This this dealing with your this is dealing with your hyper side. So when you like feel nervous, your sweat, your palms start to sweat. But if you had the sunlight hit this side, this skin will start to sweat because of the sunlight is getting the toxin out of you. And that's why it's mainly important to put copper foods in your body. Like my brother just put up here. You got the cucumber. That's definitely a great, good copper. Anything that's really touching the sun gives it some copper based connection. Now, what I mean by that is manganese, magnesium, zinc, iron. These all of the what we call amino protein, like Yaki just threw out there recent. You'll find out that that's the better way when you're detoxing. Yep, to have some ginger along with it, with some lime, you know what I mean, and some water. You're really giving yourself a hydrational connection, and you're detoxing at the same time. So that's good for cleansing any gut issues. Like I was saying earlier about anxiety, you might need that instead of eating, an oxtail and feeling like the oxtails and the rice and peas was good, yet it's giving you anxiety. So now you got to figure out, how did that happen? Well, I wouldn't say do it the day you just ate it. You had to wait to that day of it coming out of you. And because you ate meat, meat stays in the body longer. As he was wanting to bring it out, I know you can't do but so much on Facebook, but it was on the storyline. Meat stays in you for consumption of 42 to 45 days. And so it can stay into you so long as past a month. Anything that stays within you past 3 days usually gets bad on your stomach. So now it can fight you instead of help you. And that's what we call flight. These are definitely good right here. Guava, if you had some of that, that's definitely for your brain as well. Papaya is another one. I see up here the pumpkin seeds. Yep, that too. And you know, onions help out for any toxicity issue. So if you took that, you know what I mean, it's gonna help your skin and gonna help your bones. So if you feel like you need an antioxidant, that'll be definitely good. As you see, it says skeletal tissue, so it's gonna deal with that as well. You know, because where your bones meet, um, you call it ligaments and filaments. So you gotta have a connection to your tendons, and how that work is through that. You know what I'm saying? Um, there are other ingredients as far as cleansing. You can actually get even herbs to help with that as well. Um, there's a fiber, strong fiber that's going to help with you. Is the um this psyllium husk. Psyllium husk. Don't use it on a daily, but use it when you sparingly. But those who have hard time digestion wise, you can put that in some water, lukewarm water, and let it dissolve, and only take 1 to 2 teaspoons of it, and you'll cleanse yourself out within a few. I ain't gonna say a few hours. I ain't gonna say like a few days, but it does what it do. If you need something stronger, Cascara Sagrada help with your bowel system. Um, I would just say that it can mess up your liver, so you don't want to put too much. Put like less than 2 spoons or one, yeah, 1 to 2 teaspoons, but not too much more than that, because that's where the liver starts to go in another route. But that is a good. I've always been telling my people, like, if you don't know anything, go to that one. That'll help you on a lot of. I need a 3 month cleanse. Well, there you go. Because like I said, if you eating meat, that's already 2 months, right? That's past 42 to 45 days. That's past 30 days. Easy. And I said we don't even do 28. I mean, we only do but 28 days. Sometimes this artificial days that's been put in 29, 30, 31, which cause us to think less than, just like how we think less than in our months of the year, how long you've been born. You know what I mean? That's why we're out of the rule of our own self. Avocado is definitely a great, good copper food. As far as like a high content, you can eat the mushrooms, any type of mushrooms that can help align with that. You got all the types of lettuces that's there for it. Peppers are definitely great, from the yellow, the red, the green. I usually stick with more green than I do red. You find out red can get back to the acidic side. So just figure out what's what. Mangoes, definitely good. Apricot, you know what I'm saying? Bananas high in potassium, so we go to that. The plantain, um, yeah, the strawberries, antioxidants. Any of the, like I said, kale, celery, high in vitamin. Celery and a cucumber, definitely high in vitamins. Yeah, when you touch the blueberries, you're actually helping out your brain activity. So when you got colors that are from a high to a low, you'll find out that red is mainly your root. So this is why color variation, as you see the refrigerator. Now, could you imagine you open a refrigerator and look like this? Man, I'd be in heaven. I'd be like, man, I don't know if I could stop looking at this junk or want to eat something out this junk. But yeah, this is where you can be mindful of people who, like I was talking about with the sensual sexual side. This is like the best time to have that right there. The fruit and the vegetables, man. Shoot. Can you imagine you eating this, you purifying your body, and then someone's, licking off of that or eating off of that of you? Come on, man. I would that way I know I'm not hurting you. You see what I'm saying? I'm not even toxic. You getting like the best benefits if you get something from me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a walking, moving generator of that. That's what I'm talking about. Like, that's how much we want to love each other enough that I wouldn't want you to be, getting the worst of me. I'd rather you get the best of what I got. You know what I mean? That way, when we do this again, you'd be like, man, shoot, I know I know you gave me some, but this time I'm gonna give you some. Be like, yes, cool. Return the favor then. Come on, return it. You know what I mean? Like that's the part where I said, even for now, it's a thrill to know that that's out there. So you won't have to say I'm gonna settle for some cheap thrills. You might have had to do the cheap thrills, and I give gratitude to a lot of the women that I ran into. I've had an exotic woman before. That was like I was one of my bombest experiences. However, it was toxic, so I was like, So I could say, through my young generation, I feel like that was my best experience. I will also say with that, um, they just gotta know themselves. That's all. I mean, for real. They this generation is coming up now. They are pretty much more in tune than a lot of the older women. I would just say the older women could give them some hip notice on what's going on out here while they more in tune to be, freshly out there, because I feel like they freshly out there to give their essence because I feel like it's been a long time. Now the older version, I feel like they done gave up. I ain't saying all of them. It's just a lot of them. You go walk right past them and you say, "How you doing?" They don't even want to look at you. They turn their head. I'm like, "Dang!" So it's a lot of not even being intimate in a conversation. They don't even want to speak too long to you because they know where your head going, or they feel like they know where your head going. So that's another thing. I already said a man is a man is a man. Nah, not all men are like that. I can't look at my mother and want to screw her like I could look at this woman and want to screw her and look at my sister like I want to screw her. I ain't that type. So when they showed us the version of Set was the version of the rough sex. Set was I'll have sex with anybody, including the man. I'm like, what? Yeah, that's what happened. Man became mankind and male. So there's a lot of the destruction because of the construction. And we became constructed by those who are into war, those who are into killing, because it's, butchering, butcher. You're easily to rape somebody. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying you can easily do it. A boxer, always fighting. You see what I'm saying? Because it's that adrenaline that's there now. And because it's there so strong, they want to cater towards it. Yet that catering could be a destructive catering. That's why I said it could be your dream could be somebody else's nightmare. They ain't into all of that. You know what I mean? So you gotta be mindful. Where's yellow at? When we have intimate, do you have a code word? You know, when I massage somebody, I have to ask them a couple of things. Like, is everything okay? When's the last time you had a massage? And I'm not saying that to say like when you get with them, when the last time you had sex? That ain't I'm not here to start your fights. What I'm stating is get more informative so you know how to deal with each other better. So it'd be like, um, have you when did you have you had any injuries or anything lately? And she'd be like, oh, my back's still okay, cool. Now you know what to do when you get her in there. Not, man, I can't wait. And then you got her in there and then you doing whatever. And then she, oh, my back, I had an injury, right? And then she telling you, and you're like, dang, I was digging hard. And now you tell me. So you really want to be mindful. How much are you really into this connection? You got to be, man. It's the genuine way. And yeah, you can get all you want. Just be truthful. Just be truthful, man. Just be truthful. She'll accept you being truthful rather than being a liar. And the reason why I state that is because, like I said, our mom lied to us and she didn't even know she was lying. So the most things that they will want from you is for you not to lie to them. And I feel like that's one of my biggest flaws that happened between me and my significant because she thought I said I like to be one on one. I ain't never state that. I For some reason I feel like she didn't hear me for real. And I know she'll be like, you didn't say it. And I'm gonna be like, well, I did say it. You didn't hear me. But it's to a point where when someone sees you at your best and they might be like, I need to take you out of here. And you'd be like, wait a minute, what does that mean? This is the same thing as someone who's evil. You know what I mean? Like if someone's evil to you, right? It's only because there's something they like about you and they just don't like you giving it or seeing you with something else or doing something else outside of what they already had you in favor of doing. That's why it's a very important lesson, a life lesson that we're getting out of this. Some people actually bust your car up or stalk you because they're the rough sex person. And now that they see that you're at a weakness or vulnerability, uh, they like your vulnerability and they play on that, and that's not a good thing. So when it comes down to you being intimate and everything like that, realize what your intimate is supposed to be doing for you, not just take it for granted and not hurt other people because you didn't see it done the way you expected out of your last. Pushing that on someone else is a high expectation. And I can say for myself on that level, um, there was a blind sight that I also can admit to where I felt I wanted to put a lot of impact on my significant at that time to be someone else. Now, the thing is, some of us will do that and we don't realize we're doing that. And I can't excuse myself. I just know I notice it more now that that's what I was doing. And I said, wow, I was doing that, because sometimes you feel like you're so right and righteous while you was in it. Because you're just like a painter. You paint it all up in the paint. But then when you step back and look at it, you be like, oh shoot, that Jane got a crooked head. He's like, I thought I put a straight line. No, you messed that right up. You made it look crooked. So I had to step back, had to look at it. And there was times I stepped back, but I was like, dang, I ain't stepped back long enough. That's what I didn't do. So learning though is we'll have a high expectation to put on someone, and now we're forcing this person to be it, and they are not it. And matter of fact, the more you push, the more you get resistance. So now it's like, oh, okay, let me stop pushing. You know what I'm saying? Why are you pushing me? Oh, okay, I'm not no more. See, I took my hand off. No, I felt it. So even when you're not touching, it could seem like you're touching. So now it's the whole idea of as like when you turn a tea kettle on, it's like when it get that high, you gotta take it off the eye. You know what I'm saying? And let it sit. If you still want some hot water, you can. You're just gonna have to wait a minute. You ain't gonna just pour it in the cup because you're gonna scold whatever next. You know what I'm saying? So it's these type of realities that we can wake up to have more appreciate love for, that you didn't cause any fires or burn any houses or bridges, and even if they say you burnt the bridge or the house, do your best to repair it. Repair it in a way that you're not going to look at it repaired and say, I did that, I repaired that. Don't do it that way. Don't do it. That's cocky. We got too much cockiness already out here. Military done got us too cocked up. I'm telling you, bro. Military done got us too cocky out here. We feel like we can win a woman by money. We can win a woman because we got a car. We can win a woman because we got things going on. And I see a lot of these cocky men are the ones that be like, well, they weren't really good at sports, so they didn't get it that way being cocky. They got they had to come up with something else. I got a gun. I'm cocky. You know what I mean? So this is another form to the legba. The legba is the connection to Ogun. Ogun is the gun. A gun can be just like your phallus. So when you're noticing how it could be a trick or a trickster, the Joker has all the jokes. He can joke the king or queen. It's just that being in that satire, like that, zip coon, white face, black facing mentality, have to be mindful. You're not going to get intimate with this being after you did all that. If it is, you just created a rough sex for yourself. Yes, she might have sex with you, but now she's mad at you having sex. Now I don't know why she would go that far. Yet sometimes they would go that far because they that mad that they'll put the mad sex on you. Now you got mad sex. Now mad sex is toxic, or mad sex is angry sex. Mad sex is you mad at her, she mad at you, and y'all did it. This can lead to rough sex, and that's why there's a lot of that. Well, I like it any kind of way, whether he's sick, nah, because I was doing that too. I was, man, when I got sick, I was like, man, let me have some sex to make me feel better. That's toxic. But I ain't know, because I was in the Christian era, and then I had to get out of that and go into Buddhism. And then I said, oh, wake up call. And then a lot of the things that we were doing kind of basically just fell to the wayside. And then I start seeing more, and she starts seeing less, and I start seeing more, and she starts seeing less, and then is where we separated at. So even to have a seed after a marriage is not covenant. Is when you lay down is when you're covenant. Now, if she thinks less than that, then it's not covenant. And now there's the insecurity. You know what I'm saying? Don't lay down with these women if you don't feel like you can be covenant with them. I'm gonna say that 2 more times. Do not lay down with these women if you do not feel like you can be covenant with them. Do not lay down with these women if you do not feel like you can be covenant with them. And women, do not lay down with this man if you do not feel like you can be covenant with them. Do not lay down with this man if you do not feel covenant with. Do not lay down with this man if you do not feel covenant. It's it's always been about court. We were dealing with courtism, and how we dealt with that in our courtly way was to say, all right, I can see that financially we great, spiritually we great, physical, because that's dealing with the finance anyway. Physically we're great. When you're in an establishment of that, yeah, like minds bring like mind things. Now, if you say, well, we're only good at the intimate side, well, then that's what you're selling for. Don't ask for more stuff when you only did that part. And you saying, well, I want more. How? You ain't doing nothing. What part are you doing in? You get the intimate and then you get more? No, that ain't how it works. Some of us are living in fairy tale worlds where they thinking they can have only one thing and that's it. No, you gotta deal with all the sides. And if it's not all the sides, go on, carry your hip. Go on, carry your hip. The lesser or the greater. Find your balance. And if you ain't ready, don't jump on in there. Don't get in no pool if you ain't ready to swim. You ain't got your swimming trunks on or nothing. You just want a skinny dip. Get out of here. Because once you get out of the water, we all gonna see you. And it don't matter if you say, "Oh, I want nobody to see me." You came in the water like this. So it's another form to the we got from the exotic. What is that? Went from exotic, well, madam, to the exotic, to the exotic, to the trick, or the hoe to the trick. It don't matter whichever ones you want to put. But this is the form of how they created a gayosha. In the pious lay woman's term. Now there's a lay man's term, which would be a gigolo. He would be the pimp, the unconscious pimp that comes out doing unconscious pimping, thinking I can get a meal out of her for a meal ticket. You know what I'm saying? And when it's down to that, that's another form of rough housing of the sex, because you're not the type to be, come on, let's clean up after we just had intimacy, or once we lay here, let's clean up, or I got you whenever you need, to do whatever we need to do next, because I don't know what you want to do next. There's this, I don't have to plan it out. Just be ready for a plan. That's what I'm saying. Don't be the one to be like, all right, I'm out. Like, did you came in there that way? No. So don't just be out like that. Do your finesse the same way you came in. Is same way with knocking all the stuff, and you got all the stuff off the table and y'all was intimate, you was ready to go hard on her, you knocked all the, and then you had it, and then you say, all right, I'm gonna lead you to all of this mess, and then I'm out. No, help her clean up. You know what I'm saying? And if she says I got it, all right, then you good. That'll make it to a point where you're like, okay, well, I ain't do that to her, and I made sure she was all right. I wanted to make it look, I have to look for what is needed, what's necessary. That's all. I just look at, you are made it as a connection to her. And if you're knowing how to connect, make it a connection that's going to help fulfill what you do next. Because otherwise, that intimacy was only temporary. You got to know that, as you have like a movie, it's a great movie in the beginning. You see the climax, you're going to see the ending. Even if it's the ending, it should have a sequel, or wanting to have a sequel. That's how your mind is. Because you're going to look at, I'm here, what's it? I can't believe I'm in it. Oh, wow. Now is, can you keep it up, or do you stop, or, are you failing in your mission? This is why we look at, if you can't last that long, get out and massage, do some other things, do other positions. Don't stay in one position. You know how many positions there are? Maybe if you look up the zodiac sign in the positions, you'll know better. You know what I'm saying? Because that's out there. I remember there was a calendar on the wall. It had all the zodiacs, and they all in different positions. I was like, I didn't even do all these positions. But you find out that we really ain't as intimate as we say we are. I had a brother say, I don't go down on no girl. I was like, wow. And then guess what? He went down on her. I said, man, you only lied to say that in front of me. You know what I'm saying? You lied to say it in front of me, but you also lied to her to make her want to prove it that you would go down. And she ended up telling me he went down on me. I was like, damn, that's crazy. Major. You gonna say that you ain't full-blooded, not gonna never ever gonna do no kind of stuff like that. And then that ain't even your woman. God dang. I said, you didn't tell me he ain't hit. No, he couldn't have time. So he did the best thing he could do. I was like, man, that's crazy. But this is a proof that some of us want to be accepted. I'm not saying you got to go that route. I'm saying you got to look at yourself as, if it's a spiritual thing, yeah, I'm going to line myself down there. Scuba gear and all, you know. And it helps with the flow. There is a idea called the yoni massage. Just like all the other parts of the massage of the body, the yoni needs massaging too. There is a phallus massage. Yep. And because the phallus is a muscle, it also needs massaging too. Now, our issues because of religion that created death in our reality of a lot of things, that cut that part out. That's why the early Christians had yoga as a form of their uh, doctrine. They just had to take it out because of the methodology. The methodology was being changed through the theology. That's why we got Theo or Theragus, all up in therapy, Theo connection, the philosophy of Theo, uh, authorized authority has changed to the Pope. Pope is your papa. Your papa is your popa. And it's until you recognize Cat Holy or Catherine or the Jezebel who she's following, you're following her energy. And then on top of that, her energy is really Oshun, and Oshun is off of Bilquis. So you're seeing a lot of what it really was to what it is now. Diplomatically, she was using her womb to stop wars. Then it became in this American God of War, given a depiction of who she is, made it like she didn't know what she was doing while she just, giving out the good goodies. And she's like, I just want people to praise me. You know what I'm saying? And then she's like finding out how people coming back and saying, well, where's my father at? Oh shoot, I didn't know I didn't even know he had a child. You know what I'm saying? And this is where you're finding out that one over the other, we got our conscious men to unconscious men that might been with a woman and didn't realize, she needs some money for the diapers, and yet you wanted to have sex. So there's this other side to it where, are you still being noble on your mission? That if you got something out of it, what are you giving her? You know what I mean? And a lot of that is where we're falling short at, and now we are expected to fulfill those empty holes or empty shells that some of us are basically, we done had fathers and forefathers create. They say if your man can't do what I'm doing, then he ain't your man. Whoa, so that's a heavy shoe to fulfill. You are not her father. You supposed to be her man, but her father want you to be her father. Okay, that's farther. That's why we're having issues. And then you're seeing our sisters saying, nope, I ain't dealing with your ignorance, because you done got so mad and frustrated giving me all this money that you going to go sleep with somebody. And then not only sleep with somebody, you sleeping with your other man. Like you sleeping with yourself. But now what happened though? He was talking to his brother. The brother was like, man, and not his real brother, but man, come on, let's go drink, man. You ain't got to talk about it. And he get him drunk. Then he started hearing about it more. And then he said, man, look. And then I'll fix you. Okay, that's a little mixed up. However, these things be in there, bro. Like hard in the paint to where now his rough sex is outside his house. Ugh. And you got a lot of our, you know, um, sororities and um infiltrated subversity energies out there that's not giving the fullness of what's going on behind closed doors to where even if they close the door, is it the frat brothers having all these women in the room? You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna keep it on the hush. When in Rome, be like Rome. You know what I'm saying? Because they're looking at, I got a wife home. Well, your wife home, are you keeping her as a she wolf? This is still a Rome thing. So we can't keep the Roman thing going on. This has got to end, you know. And with Kalima coming out, you better start ending it soon because some of us are not wanting to wake up to that. Some of us are loving that fine house that they're in, or the fine clothes that they're wearing, or the fine hair that they officially put on their head artificially. You know what I'm saying? Or the Botox that they put in their cheeks, or the liposuction they put in their chest or the hips. You know, it took me to that point where I said, dang, people are even putting that in them to be real with each other when they not. And then you show me pictures like that's what you proud of when that's not real. That's when you realize vanity is how we keep taking pictures of ourselves, and the only thing you see is my head. All you're gonna see is my head. I got 100 pictures of just my head. That's like a Frederick Douglass, and we didn't know that. So we definitely got to be properly educated to know that it's not your pretty looks is gonna get you somewhere. That pretty looks is gonna get you somewhere, but it ain't gonna be so far that it's gonna get you. You have to be educated in this world. You have to have your knowledge of knowing. And I'm not saying African stated mindset, because I see that was 1960s thrown in our brains so much that I can see why people say, I ain't African. I would have been mad too at that time. You got some Africans here that don't like us. They just do not like us. It's only because they see how ahead you are and they're not. And because you're ahead and they're not, there is going to be some jealousy. Now, some of the stuff we ain't even ahead. They're just calling us ignorant because we have an opportunity to be ahead and we're not. So that's another thing. Be mindful, yo. Be mindful. I ain't joking, no Africans. I'm not. Because which one is African? I ain't even say Ethiopian. I ain't say Nigerian. I ain't say uh I can name them all. It's just I'm not saying Senegalese. I'm not saying all these people. You know what I mean? So it's not me merging all of these and saying them as Africans. This word African ain't even our word. We put that up there on them. If you call them that, they say, no, I'm from Ethiopia. They're not gonna say I'm African. They're gonna say I'm from Ethiopia. So there's a concept that we've been putting to uh, um, stereotype ourselves, and then we mentally, physically, spiritually rape ourselves. So that way, when I do get an African, I'm gonna just rape her because I feel like this is stereotypically this is how she's supposed to get it, or she's probably thinking I supposed to rape her because this is how she's seen the Europeans do it. Because it's all brought on TV. Whenever you turn on the TV, you see them. They be having rough sex the whole time. You be like, wait a minute. And then they're like, oh, I'm like, wow. No wonder it was short. That's Jack. That's the new Jack. They made a new Jack ID in a lot of our movies, our romance, the Jack and the Jill, the even this one coming up. You know, Jack is the Jack o' lantern. So they had a hollow Jack and how he was supposed to be some, you know, person that wasn't into superstition, and now he has to run into that, but then gets his head cut off. I'm not gonna narrate the story, but you see how the story is. The head being cut off. Come on, the head being cut off, and then there's an orange head. Orange is your chakra, so it's like I'm making you from sacral to now scared, sacred, now scared. Jack of Frost. Jack Frost is, not too far from the Jack and the Beanstalk, because that's, the Jack candy, the candy corn. You know what I'm saying? There's different types of Jacks to where we get Jack all the way around. You know what I mean? So this phone could be a Jack. Wear a jacket. Jack is the new idea of a lot of stuff. Jack Roper, Jack the Ripper. Jack is Three's Company. That's the three ball. That's the two ball and the cane. Learn Jack, John, and John. Jack, John, and James. These are 3 J's. Jimmy is the fourth one. He hiding too, but they all the same. It's all connected to the phallus. Look at how reality is of ourselves, right? Is it masculine? Is it feminine? And can I balance it? When you get in that bedroom, same thing. When you eat that food, same thing. When you talk to these people like you've been talking to them, same thing. When you talk to your child, same thing. Are you mentally, physically, spiritually raping her? You can't do that. Why would you tell them that? Why would you tell them they can't do that? You know, later on, you probably can get that, or you're going to get that sooner or later. Positive discipline, not negative. Give them an influence. Don't give them the manipulation. Don't call them a knucklehead. Call them an inspiration. Call them their higher power. Give them their strongest source. You know, when we put a name, I was listening to Atlas. Yeah, Atlas just a minute ago with what's her name? Can't even think of her name right now, but Jennifer Lopez. And the robot, she said something. Then she was like, oh, he said you can call me Smith. And then she was like, what? She was like, man, what's this when a robot need a name? You know what I'm saying? But he said a name is a point of, affiliation to who you are. And it makes sense. You got to have an affiliation to who you are. You got to name yourself like you renew yourself. So once you come out of it, you're not hitting anymore. So why was he having an appellation in the first place? Because he's somebody. You are somebody. So the more you know you are somebody, dealing with somebody else as a somebody, you can put these somebodies together. And now that's a superior imperial thing. That's what Haile Selassie to Empress Menen. When you look at them two, that's a feminine and a masculine on a bind and a combined connection. Now, I don't know about his concubines. I didn't see all of that. I only saw them two as the first livelihood of saying, oh, there's a masculine and a feminine. If you look at Kamehameha, Kamehameha, that is a king that was of Hawaii, but also the connection to Kamehameha, Dragon Ball Z, the fireball. This is the chi, this your spirit, this your energy. So her being a feminine energy in the mid 90s, 1900s, 1900s, mid 1900s, still holding down Hawaii. That's some real stuff. Or I should say 30s, 1930s. She still had it down, just like how Empress Menen had to help Haile Selassie with his holding it down. She helped get the Trinity going on for him. So it's about the woman is the land, man is the connection to it. So it's water and the land. We're going to connect. We got to connect. Man is what? He's sperm, spirit. So how do you use that? You know what I'm saying? Use it for cultural ability, not destruction. If you know anything about the copper, please come check me out. I'm at Conscious Planet, 2718 Grammy Street. That's on, I said, Norfolk, north of the folk. And I'm there Sundays and Mondays. I'm also dealing with TikTok. So I'm ETURNALELBEY. That's Eternal L Bay. I'm also here on Facebook. Is the brother with the yellow on. He got the bamboo hat on. I got my head tilted, hat tilted, and I have like purple lavender behind me in the background. That's my recent page. My other page, I can't get to it right now. And then there's YouTube. Check me out there. I got some music on YouTube as well. So if you want to look up yoga sounds or yogic sounds, I created that. Comedic sounds and get up and dance. Let's get up and dance song. I made three songs out there. None of it is words. It's all just music. And that's where I wanted to give us, that Trinity view. How do we connect back to our ancestors without having to say connect? We all gotta connect. You know what I mean? It's on us to do it. It's just that power of suggestion, not telling them to do it. You know what I mean? Like that's the dictator, and that's the communism and capitalism that we done. We done with that, bro. So I know I said a lot. It's like 3 hours in, we went in. But it's all needed. The G, I'm gonna say this before I wrap it up. G is the 7. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's the
And
7.
before you get out of here, I need some freestyle. I need some freestyle bars before you get out of here, B. You make a little
Okay.
beat or
Got
something, and we get a little freestyle before you leave. All right.
Okay. I got you. The G is the 7. And what they did was show us the Star of David. Virginia is VA. So that's the 6. So when you put a G in that 6, you're showing the Masonic movement, but you're also showing the 13th zodiac, which is Mami Wata, also known as Ophiuchus. So she is the Yamaya, the new awakening. So as we're seeing it from the Kali Yuga, we've been woken since the 2013 era. From 2012 to 2013 gave us the lion, the Leo, and that's why the lion is like out of the lion's gate and now showing us the phoenix. So that's another reason why that's there. And then the dragon. We're into the snake year, the year of the snake, and we're going to see how that works as this time change. So when 2025 comes in, you'll see the difference of that. Uh, yeah, and for that, I just thank y'all for giving us the time to even speak on this, because I felt that there was a more logical reason to, even for us, how we feel with Adam, not having sex with Eve. I said, how you gonna not have sex for 100 and some odd years? I was like, she must have did something, or he ain't doing something right. But it's the idea that this is where the Buddha state, like the flute I showed you, come from Guatemala. There's Buddhas all around, just like old Mecca head. There's those that was all around here, giving us the acknowledgement that if she had to go beast mode, we had to become the non-beast mode, so that we can show her this is why we still value her, and we're not giving up on her. I know some of us have, but that's not all of us. There's still more people on this planet. All right. With that said, I love y'all. Go ahead and flow this flow on my brother, whatever sound he kick in. See what I get out of that.
I'm working on the beat now. Alright, now if it boots me out, I'm gonna just come back in. But like I said, if you got something over there, like a instrumental or something ready, then you can rock out. That allow me to turn it up real loud. So this is what I'll do. Let me see. Can you hear that? You can't hear it. It's be real low, right?
Yeah, I can hear that though. I like that one you just played.
That one right there?
No, the one before that.
Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah. Being intimate, how we represent, not just Superman, not Clark Kent, but the middle. But the middle. How you got it, like a cat with the riddle. How you represent, how you being. If it's not, then who you seeing? It's the energy and not believing. When you say that trick could be up on your sleeve, and what we do, yo, it's not just bleeding, but what we put down, yo, we proceeding on the levels, not just the devil, but with the shovel, rocking, ricking, rocking, rebel law. How you be on the regular? If you're not, then what is the step you lie of what we do in our life and how we live in? Do you see it taking off? Are you giving realities, or how we reeling on the life? Is it robbing over stealing? Not to be on the murder or the killing, but really what's the dealing? Is it feeling? Is it feeling? Is it feeling? Is it feeling as a lion he be kneeling on? Yeah, how it's a bone. If it's gone, then it's gone. If it's gone, then it's gone, then it's gone. Like Donkey Kong.
All right, you want me to give you another beat? I'm gonna attempt to get something over YouTube.
All right, yeah, do that.
All right, here we go. Let's see.
Yeah, yeah. Could be faster or faster being the slow. How we move it, do you see the top of the middle? Levels of how you want that riddle. If it's just a lot, do you really got a little? What happened? I don't know. Hmm. Town to the now. How'd you get? On the bars. Call it windows. Yep, from the stars. Got cars, but it's the cars of who we are. Even far. You a vehicle, we call it vehicular. Coming from the nebula. No one with your stellar, sonar, luna. Coming sooner. Getting down, even if it's humor. From a brain tumor, levels off. Now, what is sooner? Levels in. Higher on the rebel end. Be as a rock. Oh, a pebble in. Long as we ain't melanin, we are melanin. Never felanin.
All right, I'm gonna switch it up for you, bro. We gonna wrap it up. I got you. Let me try to switch it up for you. I'm gonna get you something else. Let's see.
Hey, 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 hey. How you live it? How you live it? How you live it? You can take, but you take. If you can't, then you can't. Just create. What you gotta do is live it really through. Know what you knew. As you know, now you can move. Seeds, can you grow? If it's not, then what you do when you're high or you're low is your low. Yeah, in the middle, do you see the fiddle? Or do you get caught with the riddle? Nah, knowing what is a lot, but how you been in the parking lot of the Saturn Mega Mobile Pot? Yo, is it a plot? How you stand? How you do it? Even do it when you comprehend? How you live this land? Is it island or island? Not knowing really how you comprehend what you're reading. How you then proceeding with this life? Do you see it as you're bleeding? Levels up, knowing what you're needing. If it's just too much, is it really greeting? What we do when we change is a travel or speeding. When you do what you do, even in your heating, or are the levels are you strong or you're weakened? When you're speaking, us with the peaking on the energy, are we more now unique on even the floor?
in the ceiling. What we do is feeling. If it's not, then you couldn't see the fish when it's reeling. On the real, knowing what is real, what is deal, or the deal be your will be your dollar, or the dollar be your bill. If you couldn't do it really when you feel, yeah, it's that energy. How your energy be when you speak? Are you really speaking? Is it when you say that you love, or do you love what you're teaching? Move it to the mind and your groove as you groove it. Yeah, how you knowing what's the little or a lot, knowing what we got in the spot, hot to trot. If it was a horse, do you think it's hot to trot or not? When you're thinking on the spot, connect the dot, like, beam me up, spot. I'm the op or you the op. When we on the wave, knowing what we do is what we gave, not just to take when we take energy that we love now create. It's the energy, how you see on a higher level. Now you see, and even in degree 360 or 480. How we do it is just a harmony.
All right, God. You got any instruments you want to play real quick? I know you rocking with that too. So let me get out your way with the drum or whatever you got for 'em. Oh
I
yeah.
think
How can they schedule an appointment for massages and different services of that nature? Do you do inspirational coaching or anything like of that nature as far as spiritual coaching and all that guidance and stuff?
wait, yeah, hold him down. Let me go get my drum.
All right, y'all. All right. Hold on. Here we go. We got a little up tempo or something. All right, y'all. Royal Day, Grand Day. Hope all is well. This is Cosmic Mind UV. Hope all is well. This is Buhhda E. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you support. Make sure you support. Make sure you support. Make sure you share. Make sure you donate. You know what I mean? Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you tune in for the next show, probably in the next few days. I got my show coming up Friday with Grand Chic, with the Grand Chic or whatever have you, with the Strawman Illusion thing coming up. So we got a few things coming up. So what you got, E?
All right. All right, here we go. Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey, for Omega, not to say A. O for that Alpha from the old original way, from the Omega to the Alpha. How we get it from the day, we get it night, we get it day, but the words that we play is A. Oh. Hey.
What they got? Hit them with it.
Hey, 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 hey. Oh, 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 oh. Hey, 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 hey. Oh. Yes, I am. I give thanks to y'all. It's the energy about, keeping it going. I collectively do the drumming for my people. So if you want to see me, I will get my phone, I guess, sent number or whatever we need to do. I can put it down or however we need to put it. We'll be doing that eventually. You can either that or Facebook me, inbox me. I am up there. TikTok, I can also reach you on that as well. And then I have ETURNAL works, WORKS 14 at gmail.com. I definitely help out with massaging. So if you need an hour massage or hour and a half, I usually do an hour and a half. That half an hour is usually hard to do unless you just need a briefing. Like you just need something to hit your back and then you're on you, or just a head massage, something like that. I do have a chair massage. So I do have that, and I also have a table. So if it comes down to you need some body work needed, I am one of those people you can come to. And I do also talk about motivation, how we motivate ourselves. And I actually bring out my sound bowl. So if you got time, we can go over to the park or something while the weather's still good and chime you up, reset the buttons on you. And I feel like that's a great analogy to help out with. And I usually for those cleansing is like a $40 thing. And then I might go up to 50 for the half an hour, and then it's 100 for an hour. I usually do 125 for an hour and a half, so I'm still looking out. That way you can still get what's needed. And I deal with sound information, so when it comes down to the flute, um, the sounds like a, ah, oh, we use that to help out the tuning of your fork. We want some resetting of your tuning fork so that way your confidence come back. Usually we'll find out a lot of people can't sing only because they choose not to. It's not because they can't sing. We talk so we can sing. It's just carrying a note is what we're looking at. So if you can carry a note, that's great. If you can't, come see me. I'll help you with that. I'm not a singer. I just happen to love singing though. And so what I found out that's helpful. I also do with art, as you just saw me putting up the art pieces up. So if you notice you want some help in there as well, I do that. That's $20 an hour. And I also do drums for $20 for 3 songs. You get 3 songs for $20. I'm really looking out on the prices because for real, I don't see nothing as cheap as this, and at the same time, still fulfilling our people. And we need that fulfillment as much as possible. So, if you are out there on a collective and you're saying, "Well, I need to want to do some stuff," I had somebody just hit me up earlier. If you have an axe, what we call the drum, bring that. It'll be helpful. If not, that means I got to charge you extra $10 because what I'm gonna do? Bring an extra drum, right? That means I gotta carry it or I gotta bring one. I gotta get one. So it would be helpful if you don't have a drum, then I get it. I just have to charge you 30 instead of 20. And then because liability of my own drum getting messed up, no way, no how. I can show you how to tune it and I'll tune it for you for extra 20. I didn't say 40, I just said 20 because some people charge $40 for tuning. I'll let them do that because they the expert to that level. What else? Oh, dancing. If you're into dancing, oh man, man, Rain been doing some pieces. I haven't like I just woke that back up. It took me a minute to even come back to it because death has been in a lot of the passing has been happening to me lately. So it was hard for me to get the webs off of me and wanting to feel like dancing. It just had me up on the wall for a second. So getting into the dance is definitely helpful if you don't know how to. I, we can get you started to get you to move your feet. My whole idea right now is after we hit the drum, we don't have to hit each other. So I have a quote where I say, "Hit the drum and not each other," or "Hit the drum and not our children," so that we can keep building. So we're gonna come up with some type of art building, art therapy, make that therapeutic. That's my end goal right now. So I see something different. I'm ready to see the outcomes of that. We can talk about your food, how we bring the food in. Go into your neighborhood and see what we can do to help clean up that area. I'm a community activist, so if you want me to come in your neighborhood, as I call it, community, because we're changing that word to that, so we can get our people to not have too much roughhousing going on. That I can do for free. You know what I'm saying? Because for real, there's certain things we do just out of the heart, and we can go in the community and do that. If anything, advertising, keeping it going, to continuing. That's what I'm looking for it to do. Keeping it on a continuum. That's the only real reason why I feel like I can't charge everything, but I do have to charge in order to keep it continuing. You know what I'm saying? So, and I thank my brother Rain for that one because, as he sees me all the time out here doing what I do, I don't want to charge nobody for real, for real. It's just that I know we still need things done. So, children need to get fed and the diapers need to be still put on the baby. So, until we come up with some other solutions, thank y'all. um,
Basically, you saying you got overhead, and also, by the way, if you would like to interview and promote yourself, such as Buddha E, and have your own show or different things of that nature on Cosmic Mind UV, we have affordable packages from 25 minutes all the way up to 55 minutes and beyond. We could work out beyond the hour, a special deal. And E, do you got anything else? Can they book you for any? Can they book you for anything as far as any events or gatherings or different things of that nature?
Yeah, if you have we call it the Earth Strength Day, which you know is your birthday, and you want to come on out of that ritual feeling, uh, let's talk. Cause for real, I like to get in there and interact you with the cultural side. We might even can set it up to the next year. You know, we might do it on your Earth Strong, but then we do it 3 months before your Earth Strong. So now your Earth Strong gets more power. That's what we end up being the missing part to, man, why my birthday ain't the way it's supposed to? Because you didn't do it 3 months ahead of time. This is how we can tap into that side. The other thing is, if you have any events where the ceremonial, drumming, dancing, art, you know, I'm still that primer right there. You can link me up. Yeah, that's basically it. Oh, and copper.
All right.
I do a copper
Uh,
workshop from 8 to 18 in age. 8 to 18. The charge is 10. So we do a copper workshop. Give me an hour with them. Let me see what they can do, and they should at least be able to walk away with a bracelet, and some kind of pendant or anklet or something. We'll see what they're capable of, but that's what we got to come up with the rites of passage. So I'm passing it on.
all right. Last thing, do you have any events coming up? Any drumming events as far as events that you're doing yourself? Is like you did a drum, you did like a drum night the other night or something like that. So do you have
Yeah, I have
anything
drum
planned that
circles.
you're doing?
Yeah, I have drum circles on Sunday. Every Sunday, which is at Conscious Planet, 2718 Grammy Street. And then you see there's a like a right there and other pieces that I do also. Let me see. Uh, I got come up with.
Also, he has Eternal Roots Band. He's gonna tell y'all about that too. Y'all can book the band too to come do your events, your concerts, and different things of that nature, your festivals.
Yeah, I have a couple of brothers that's in my band and connection. We usually band together so much that that's the reason why we're doing the Sundays, so you can see the variations of my people who I rock with the drumming. And 9 times out of 10, you call me and you need another one. That'll be one of them, or ones who's close to me constantly on that level. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it going, man. I mean, this is what we're supposed to be doing for our people. Cause I noticed like what was that last joint it was saying you can't be 45 in the park and you famous and you a loser. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh dang. But yeah, you could be in the park and everybody know you, but you ain't done nothing. Like you just famous because of your name. That's not good. That's not a good marker. Um, if anything, show them our rites of passage. Show them how you got out of certain things, so that they won't have to stay stuck in anything. You know what I mean? So yeah, I give thanks to the communities that's even accepted me in their walks. Because Barad Park, Shoot Park, um, Berkeley, Norfolk Park. You know, I brought a lot of my sons out there in those areas. So to have my son grow up in that area, I'm reliving his area to keep that, safe haven. So when he does, because right now he's in Georgia, but when he does come, he'll always have these camping grounds to come to and know that it's safe. You know what I mean? Because that, like I said about the roughhousing, we've been roughhousing each other so much that that light hitting that you love your friend and you gave him a light hit and now you hitting him because you really want him to call you or something. Let's just get into that information versus you keep doing the hit where we're falling short of that. So that's why I said I gotta bring the same feel that I know that helped me out from my child journey, uh, and bring it into the field that our children are heading either this way or the opposite. You know what I'm saying? And dang, if I want to see them go the opposite,
gangs are made that way. And I'm just right now getting ready to go to court tomorrow over somebody that had to knife somebody else because they pepper sprayed. She pepper sprayed him, and now he had to defend himself. And as a blind person, you can fight, but why do you want to be blind to fight? So this will end up having him to pull his little knife out, and and it wasn't even to a point where it was used as the weapon. At one point, it was used as a tool, so he didn't even realize he had to use it for this purpose right now to defend himself. So it's a lot behind the blind eye where the aggravated person that did it is not locked up, but the person that had the knife is. So we got to really be mindful when we give our child something to defend himself with, uh, or do they have moral values, and do that other person have moral values to a point where do the damage but don't do but so much. You know what I'm saying? Be able to find out what's morale. Also keep in mind, PSA, for children who are going into playgrounds, weapons are considered as pepper spray, undivided, unsupervised, and little knives that's under the 2-inch rule. So, I mean, that's over the 2-inch rule. So keep in mind that don't carry these items on the playground, or it could bring in law enforcement, so-called, into this picture, and they'll end up being the nullifier of it. But when it's a community involvement, make sure the community are aware of what's going on if your children ever get in a fight, because we had to do some subpoenas on people and they didn't want to step up. So that was kind of like, what? This community, you supposed to step up. So hey, look, well, subpoena them so that they can still tell the truth. We got to still have this truth out. Otherwise, children are getting locked up for uncalled reasons. And to get better at it, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing now, so that we won't have to say, well, we keep just letting it happen. No, some of us are actually preventing what's called preventive measurements. We're doing that. You know what I'm saying? The crisis preventive measurements. We got to get into that. I've dealt with an older woman and I dealt with a younger woman. And out of my generations of who I've been with, these are still the issues that we're going to still face. So it's best we take care of it before it gets bigger.
No doubt, no doubt, G. When you want to do the next episode, man, and we gonna get up out of here.
Next episode. Let's see. Today is Wednesday, tomorrow 30. Man, I'm still I could be available Saturday.
All right, word. Just let me know the topics, man. We gonna put something together. Hopefully, I have a couple videos, man, and I greatly appreciate y'all. Y'all make sure y'all donate to the cash app that's going below the screen right there across your screen. This is Eternal Del Bay. Y'all will see a lot of him. If you would like to book him as far as events, festivals, and different things of that nature, make sure you reach out to him on the different platforms that he let you know about. Do you have any closing remarks or statements? And we out of here, G.
Yeah, just keep in mind of how your children are looking at you, regardless of whether you think that you're talking to them or they're not listening. Whenever you're in front of a platform or a spotlight or time to give that eventful moment, let it come out so that way, as far as concrete, they have something that you've done, you've accomplished. Because under the eyes of other people, they might not look at it that way. They might look at you as you're not helping out, when there's ways that you are helping out. Just like what I was saying with the bill quiz, she didn't realize she was damaging people, and she had to realize through the daughter who's calling her father on the phone that she's seeing this phone, and now she sees this text, when are you coming home, when she's the damage to that home. You see what I'm saying? So you got to be mindful when you like to be in this energy zone of you know, you don't care state of mind, you still got to have some kind of care. What are you caring for when you're not caring? You know what I'm saying? And once that becomes that a point of you, the will will wake up. You know, I found this movie I saw, Masters, with Gordon Liu, and in there it was saying, you know, once you find out that your martial arts is good, it might be within 2 years, but then you're gonna say, am I good? Or you might not think I'm not good enough. So now it's 2 years to 20 years. If you're still stating that you're not good enough from the 20 years, then you're in the right department. You have to be that mindful that once I start seeing this brother develop his skills, he was at one point rough and rugged and fighting. Then he realized I'm getting skills. Then he realized I need to be humble because I got these skills. You see what I'm saying? And he didn't want to fight his master, even though his master said, I need you to fight me so you can move on to the next mission. You're gonna make me disappointed, make me feel like this old man if you don't give me that fight I'm looking for out of you. So he had to, you know, kind of force it out of him. But he realized his mind went up a level. And that's what we also got to realize. Our mind goes up a level. When you develop a skill, your mind also is enveloping. So it's another point of saying this is why there's an envelope or develop level. That's the part of saying I don't know how, I no longer have to be that aggressive to get my point across. You know, the giants that you know, they didn't always speak loud. They spoke with soft words. Respect. I shake. I shake. I shake. Yo, give thanks. Respect.
Peace and love. And make sure you share, support, make sure you donate. Peace and love, Royal Day. This is an excellent, excellent broadcast. And that's it, y'all. Royal Day, Royal Night, whatever it is, your perspective areas, man. And yeah, this was the Cosmic Mind UV show, man. This was this all about bringing unique beings on, and we're gonna go, you know, we're gonna keep growing the platform. I greatly appreciate you for hanging through and hanging in here. Peace and love, Royal Day in abundance. Bless.